Okay, looks like we're live. That's cool. All right. All right. Welcome to episode 1 of Nostalgia Bait, which is Final Fantasy, episode 1, Final Fantasy. Nostalgia Bait, episode 1, Final Fantasy. So we'll go ahead and pull everything up. Wait for some people to come in. We'll see how this goes. See how it goes. We shall see how this goes. What the hell? All right. We shall see how this ends up. See if I have. No. Can I do this here? Let me see. Can I do this here? Can I do this here? Live chat. What's up, sis Russ? I'm gonna, yeah, I have that pinned to the top. I have this here. We'll see how this goes. What's up, Nimbus? One of my beautiful mods. Get some information going. I'm sure this live stream isn't gonna go well with YouTube. Doing fine on a Saturday. Love me some early Final Fantasy. Yes, we're doing episode 1 of Nostalgia Bait, starting with Final Fantasy. There will be a poll after the live stream is done for the next episode of this. It'll be a movie, and it'll probably be between Alien, Terminator, Indiana Jones, and Star Wars. That would probably be the next episode we'll be doing. We're just gonna rotate out game, movie, anime type of stuff like that. Damn hurricane making it a rainy Saturday for me. Well, I'm happy to have you here. Happy to have everybody who shows up. I don't know how this is going to go. I don't know how well it's going to do. We're gonna see. I'm planning to do like an entire history around Final Fantasy and kind of talk about the nostalgia of Final Fantasy. So just kind of sit back, relax, and we'll see what happens. Hopefully everybody can hear me well with this microphone rather than the other microphone I usually use. But this is the one I've been using lately for videos. And I had to, get my workout in before showing up. That's why I'm a little late. But I'm gonna see if I can make it more consistent, where I have a consistent time when this would start. Terminator hands down, says Rest. We'll see. Like I said, I'll put a poll. We'll see how it goes. I mean, I'm going to do all 4 of them. We're just gonna see which one's gonna be done first. Is essentially how it's gonna go. Perfect. Hopefully there's no delay. Hopefully got everything good. Still need to get Streamlabs integrated with this. So let's see. Sound is crisp, says Nimbus. Good. This would actually be a perfect video for this. Perfect video for this. Probably talk about some of the spin-offs, mobile games, etc. too. We'll see how it goes. I'm not looking for this to be a super long live stream. I think I want to make it about 3 hours an episode, maybe at best. But we'll see what happens. Just give it a little time for some people to roll in, and we'll see how this all goes. Let's see, so yeah, we'll start here. Let me pull this up. Kind of get the storyline behind all of this. We'll just see how it goes. I might even just put the poll up now rather than waiting till after the end of the stream, but kind of want to give people a feel of what this will be, essentially. Of course, I'm rocking Final Fantasy 7. It's not my favorite. My favorite is Final Fantasy 10, but you know, I have a shirt to rock 7 because it is in my top 3. So it will be the case. Okay. Like I'm not expecting a lot of people to be here, but I appreciate everyone who is here already. So let me see here. We can do the is there why isn't this message coming up here? Oh, there it goes. The problem with 10 is the lack of a world map. See, and then the thing is they added a world map into 10.2 and 10.2 was a failure. And I played through 10.2 from beginning to end just to say I finished it. A lot of people didn't really care for the spear system, but the spear system really wasn't that difficult, and I actually like that you could level up each character to be equal in stats, in abilities. No one was restricted to like a single type of ability, tech, magic spell. Like no one was restricted, which is why I like. There's a lot of reasons I like 10. I like 10's story. I like 10's gameplay. I like 10's graphics. I like pretty much everything about 10. Oh, that was weird. So I'll definitely be going into more detail about the specific Final Fantasies that I like the most. But you know, 10-2 was just goofy. Couldn't get into it either time I tried to. I've seen, I've seen family play 10-2. I've seen like a sibling of mine play 10-2. Didn't really play it through until like last year. I played it fully through last year in the HD collection for the Xbox after I finished 10 on live stream, which was fantastic. And then I played 10-2 and I was like, this game is awful. I gave 10-2 like a 4.5 out of 10, just simply because the music was still fantastic. But the fact that the fact that you couldn't the fact that you couldn't really equip items, so you couldn't equip weapons, you couldn't equip anything. Everything was restricted to a job, restricted to an outfit was just silly. 6 is still the best because you can suplex a train. Yeah, I agree. I agree. The suplexing of the train with Sabin is fantastic. 6 is definitely in my top 3, and 6 is still to this day the only Final Fantasy where the villain actually wins. Temporarily, obviously, but 6 is still the only game. We'll go through that. We're gonna definitely go through something like that through here. I've got it pull. I've got all the mainline themes for each game pulled up. I'm gonna go into the storylines. I'm just thinking of going through certain aspects and things that were changed, things that were done differently for each one. I'm still hearing that 2 is still the worst one in a lot of people's eyes because the experience and the way you leveled up was weird. Um, and after finally playing through 7, I finally realized why it's a masterpiece and why it's considered a masterpiece and why it was critically acclaimed as being so good. Because the thing is, people claim that, oh, 7 is just great because it was the first one to get thrown into it. You were the first one, it was the first one where it was the first 3D Final Fantasy. It's like we didn't use that excuse for no one used that excuse for Legend of Zelda when it went from 2D to 3D. So why is it that Final Fantasy people use that excuse? Oh, they only like Final Fantasy 7 because it became the first 3D Final Fantasy. Like, why is that an excuse? Meanwhile, Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time is one of the greatest games ever made. You know, and just keep attacking yourself. I've probably played. I think I've played. I would say I've played every single mainline Final Fantasy game, and still, even with all that being said, except for 16, I didn't play 16 because I don't have a PS5 because I don't care to support Sony. But if it comes to PC, which it should be in the next 6 months, maybe I'll buy it. But Square Enix has been on a downward spiral with quality since like I don't know 13. Not that I didn't like 13, I just feel the quality dipped a little bit after 12. What's up, Brave Child? One of my channel members. Hell yeah. Appreciate you being a member. Yeah, so right now, let's see. We'll start with, you know, we'll start with the basics, the original Final Fantasy, of course. No one had a character name, everyone was just called essentially a job. That's all they were called. They were just called a job, which I'm glad they implemented and they kind of, you know, took the formula and they turned it into, Final Fantasy Tactics. Final Fantasy Tactics for sure is definitely underrated. It's one of the most underrated Final Fantasy games of all time, and I highly recommend everyone play it if you like those kind of XCOM style games, or even like Fire Emblem type games. Because Final Fantasy Tactics, I would say, was the best to do it. I believe it's much better than Fire Emblem in that regard. Y'all can all discuss it with me as well. Just because I'm going to go through the history of it does not mean I do not want the audience to participate. Sometime later on when I do hopefully to do episodes like Street Fighter and Tekken and Mortal Kombat, I'll have guests like LG because he's more in that fighting game community and his input would be fantastic to have. The job system in 5 was my favorite. It took the good parts of 2 and did away with the bad parts. See, now I started playing 5, and the funny thing about 5 is the fact that in the English version, in the English translation of Final Fantasy 5, your main character's name was Butts, whereas the actual name of the character is Bartz. I never understood why they did that in the English translation. I also never understood why it never really came to the West. but it is what it is. I still like I have love for pretty much all the Final Fantasy games. I will say some are I still think 10-2 is probably far the worst. People like to say 13 is the worst, but I think 10-2 is the worst. But for the win, that's right. Yeah. It's such a weird thing to think about. Like how do you go from Barts to Butts? Like I don't get that. Yo yo, what's up, baby Chewbacca? How's it going, buddy? Happy to have you on last night's Twitch stream, even though you said you fell asleep. It's all good. Oh yeah, get them. Yeah. But yeah, like I said, we'll start with the original Final Fantasy. We'll kind of go through the backstory and history of how it was all created, why it was created. Massive Panda, what's up? What's up, Renowned? Been listening to your content lately on the way to and from work. Good stuff. I haven't gamed in a while, but I grew up on 7, 8, and 9. My brother and I absolutely love the PS1 era. Yes, the PS1 era is fantastic. 7, 8, and 9 are all great games, but I would say, me personally, 8 hasn't aged well. And I am three-fourths of the way done with 8. I have to get back to it over on Twitch because it's been a while since I've played it, but I did finish 7. 7 was a masterpiece level, and then 10 came out and it just blew my mind. And I've never once don't level up. Welcome, Panda. Yep. So we all know that, of course. We all know that, of course, Final Fantasy started as a Japanese media franchise. It was created by Horonobu Sakaguchi, which is owned and developed by Square Enix, which used to be formerly known as Square, and then it became SquareSoft. Chilling here, cozy chat room. That's what we're gonna do. It's all about that. See, my whole thing is I want to be able to create, evergreen content, stuff that people can watch later on and get a kick out of it and learn something about franchises that I love, and be basked in the nostalgia of old franchises that have fallen. That's kind of the whole thing of what this is supposed to be. I played Final Fantasy very little, but I love watching gameplay. So the thing is, Final Fantasy has currently strayed away. As much as people like to claim that 16 was like the first action-based version. That 16 was the first action-based version. It was actually Lightning Returns Final Fantasy 13 that started the more action-based combat. And then 15 did it, and then 16 did it. So it's like, oh, it's Devil May Cry with Final Fantasy. It's like, but it wasn't the first in the Final Fantasy series to do it. It was actually Lightning Returns. Agreed. 8 was my least favorite of the three, even though it was still solid. I like the fact that they returned to the more animated / exaggerated character proportions for 9. 12 was the first. Oh, 12. No, well, 12 still had automatic combat though. It had the more. It stepped away from their RAB, random action battle, and that's when you could. 11 was actually the first where you actually see the enemies in the field, but 12 still had that automatic fighting. There was no action combat in 12. You never had to press buttons to do attacks. It didn't exactly start with 12. It started with Lightning Returns. But also 12 had that gambit system, which I was okay with. I was okay with the gambit system. Gambit system was actually very well put together if you knew how to use it. I absolutely destroyed 12. I'm pretty sure I have like over 100 hours in 12 because it was so good. 12 was like Vagrant Story, if I'm not mistaken. Vagrant Story, I have heard of that game. I've never actually played it. So, but I have heard of it. I've played other PS1 era RPGs like Legend of Dragoon, Jade Cocoon, and Xenogears. And Xenogears was awesome. Legend of Dragoon was awesome. Jade Cocoon was awesome too. How does one become a supportive member? AF's looking at my girl. Well, you can there's a couple of ways. If what you're actually asking is how do you further support, is of course the direct donos with Streamlabs. There is the channel members on YouTube. I set those tiers up. There's also memberships over on Subscribestar, which I have below my name that you can't really see. It's just down here, which I forgot to make a description for this. But yeah. Am I tripping, or couldn't you save in the middle of a fight in 12? Maybe there was a long boss fight where you could save in the middle of the fight. I don't remember that well. No, there was never a time when I don't think there's ever a time you could do that. It was just the first to get away from turn-based, and I see that and going MMO and at the beginning as the beginning of the downfall of the series. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. The thing is though, the thing is 13 went back to turn-based. Went back to more turn-based. Like 12 wasn't 12 wasn't your typical turn-based. It was like there was always a bar that filled up before your character ever attacked, but it wasn't like the traditional turn-based like a 7 or 8 or 9 or a 10. But I believe 11 I thought was a fantastic game. Like I thought it was very good, a very good MMO where it took the job system and essentially built an open world where you could level up your character. And it was trying very hard to compete with WoW. Unfortunately, it could not compete with WoW for a long time. And now that 14 is out, 14 is absolutely dominating the MMO space. It's probably the most played MMO of all time now, of like the current era. So the first game in the series was released, of course, in 1987, well before I was born, with 16 numbered main entries been released to date. There's been, I think there's like at least 30 plus Final Fantasy games that are not including like 30 plus, including the 16 main entries, and then there's a bunch of spin-offs and different versions of the of Final Fantasy games, of course, because we have an entire list. This is, of course, where we're going to start here with the first Final Fantasy, of course. It was released in 1987. It was remade, and it was made for several consoles like the PS1. They've packaged it with Final Fantasy 2, called Final Fantasy and Final Fantasy Origins, I think it was called, or Origins or Anthology. I think no, Origins. Origins was Final Fantasy 1 and 2. Anthology was 4, 5, and 6. And I think it also had Chrono Trigger, which is another fantastic RPG game from the SNES era. I already read that. So it's originally conceived under the working title Fighting Fantasy, but trademark issues and dire circumstances surrounding Square, as well as Sakaguchi himself, prompted the name to be changed. I actually prefer the name Final Fantasy much better. Apparently, this is the original. This is, of course, the original cover art for Final Fantasy on the NES. I know Mystic Quest was a thing. I'm not really too sure what exactly Mystic Quest is. I just know that it exists. I'd much prefer this instead of Mystic Quest. So, 4 basic game modes: overworld map, town and dungeon maps, battle screen, and a menu screen. Overworld map is a scaled down version of the game's fictional world, which the player uses to direct characters to various locations. The primary means of travel across the overworld is by foot, ship, canoe, and airship, which the ship, airship, and on foot carried on between the next couple of titles from two. I mean, you pretty much had an airship in every single Final Fantasy since the first one, as far as I'm aware. So I don't remember if you had an airship in 9. I know you definitely had an airship in 7, 8. I know 10 2. Streamlabs notification. Yeah, I haven't gotten those working yet. Let me refresh. I still haven't gotten those worked out yet. Ooh, ooh. With the $20 from Baby Chewbacca over on Streamlabs. Thank you, sir. Video game says video game nostalgia class is in session. Yes, it is. Oh, there was one in 9. Okay. Yeah, I still have to get that working. I have to get in touch with like Grey Poupette and see if he can help me out with that. But thank you for letting me know that you sent in a $20 Streamlabs donation. I appreciate that, my friend. Yeah, we'll be doing more. Like I have a bunch of franchises I want to do. I want to do Final Fantasy, of course. I want to do Mario. want to do Sonic. I want to do Street Fighter, Tekken, Mortal Kombat, Soul Calibur. I want to go to and do Golden Axe, Fantasy Star. There's a bunch of franchises, but I'm gonna be doing movie franchises, anime, and stuff like that. Two actually, one that runs on Mist and one that doesn't. Okay. Yeah, I have to get over to finishing 8 so that I could start 9. Like I played 7, 8, and 9 back on the PS1. I just never finished them on the PS1. I finished 7, 10, 10 to 12, all and Lightning Returns all on Xbox, of course. I have, and I believe I have, yeah, I have physical copies of 10, 10 2. I have a physical copy of 12, Lightning Returns. I got the collector's edition for that one, stuff like that. The art book that it comes with is pretty nice. Everything at this point was still at we started off, the random RAB, which is random active battle, I believe is what it stands for, random active battle. And it didn't really move off that formula until 12. Actually, it didn't move off that formula until 11. Of course, you gained experience points. You got, like I said, there wasn't really anyone named. Everyone was just called a job. Black mage, like right here it says black mage, fighter, thief, and red mage. Which, like I said, I'm glad they implemented it into Final Fantasy Tactics. Fantastic game. You had 6 classes to choose from. You had fighter, thief, black belt, red mage, white mage, and black mage. Black mage being your dark magic, white mage being your light magic, and red mage being a mixture of both. Fighters, of course, were your warriors, and thieves were your damage dealers, your DD damage dealers, which essentially carried over into every single Final Fantasy since then. Stuff like that. If you want to do this, oh yeah, I have this already pulled up. We're gonna now jump over to, and of course you can play all of these on PC with the Final Fantasy Pixel remasters, or do your local jumping into a boat and sailing the high seas for that stuff. They're also available on all of these platforms. So came out on the family computer, MSX, NES, PlayStation, which was the Final Fantasy Origins collection, Game Boy Advance. You had your PSPs, your Androids, your Steams, and then now it's on Switch and PS4, which I still don't understand how they absolutely missed the mark by doing an Xbox release. Thought it was ridiculous. It's also on the Nintendo Classic Mini, which you cannot find anymore, which doesn't look like that at all. I don't know why they did that. So yeah, we'll move over now to Final Fantasy II, which actually I forgot to play this if I didn't already. Let me see. I'll just do this one. I would have to give y'all the scoop on this. Right? Of course, I always have to pause because, this is the type of music that they started with. And of course it's evolved over time, and then it's definitely a memorable theme. If you're a big Final Fantasy guy, you know what this is. Yeah, you've heard it. As a beginner, which Final Fantasy do you prefer we start on? I heard 7 is a good one. Yeah, I forgot the artist's name, but whoever was responsible for the concept art for the first first several Final Fantasy designs was badass. Don't even know if that person is still designing for Final Fantasy. I don't know about the concept artist. I know the character designer is Tetsuya Nomura. He still does the character designs on Final Fantasy. He did the character designs for Final Fantasy 16, which is his recent thing. But I believe he's currently working on Kingdom Hearts 4. Beautiful music indeed, yes. You'll kind of go along and you'll hear how it evolves. As a beginner, I'd say 7 is a great Final Fantasy to start from. The thing about it is, if you start at 7, you might not be able to go backwards, and you're gonna miss out on 6, 4, 5. The first one's still really good, but you'll miss out on great Final Fantasy games like 6 and 4, 5, and 6 because they're just that good. If you do want to know, like I said earlier, if you want another a great RPG from the creators of Final Fantasy, you also have Dragon Quest, Kingdom Hearts, Chrono Trigger. Chrono Trigger is still one of the greatest RPGs ever made. You also have Super Mario RPG, which is another hidden gem from the SNES era, which is getting a remake that's coming out in November 17th for the Switch. So I would recommend all of those titles I just named for sure. Because this is actually the music that you're greeted with when you first load up this game. This is the music you're greeted with. It's crazy how that works. Like you would think in 1987, like this is the type of stuff you're hearing in 1987. It's absolutely insane to think about. 4, 5, and 6. Thanks. Gonna find time to try those OG titles. Yeah, you can of course, like I said, sail the high seas and play them, or you could somehow find. Well, I don't think the. Oh yeah, the SNES Classic, the Super Nintendo Classic, has 4 and 6, but 4 and 6, but on the SNES they were called 2 and 3 originally, but they were actually 4 and 6 in the chronological order. We're actually gonna get into two next. We'll get into Final Fantasy 2 next. Moving over to Final Fantasy 2. Like I said, it's not one of the best, but essentially one of the games that came out like back in the day. Yes, I recommend 6 all the way. Like I said, 6 is the only still to this day the only Final Fantasy where the villain actually succeeds in his plot, in his evil plot, and has one of the more sinister villains. Like when I was a kid, that guy's demeanor, his laugh, and his whole presence scared the crap out of me back then. What's up? What's up, LG? 6 or 3? Well, I say 6. I said 3 because on the original Super Nintendo, it was on a cartridge that said Final Fantasy 3, but it was actually Final Fantasy 6. So I'm gonna say Final Fantasy 6. Final Fantasy 3 is really good too. Final Fantasy 3 is very good as well, but I highly recommend 6. Yes, yes, yes. So yeah, this game's story centers on 4 youths whose parents were killed or deleted during an army invasion by the Empire of Palamecia, who are using Hellspawn to conquer the world. 3 of the 4 main characters join a rebellion against the Empire, embarking on missions to gain new magic weapons, destroy enemy super weapons, and rescue leading members of the Resistance. The Game Boy Advance remake adds a bonus story after the game is completed. Final Fantasy II introduced many elements that would later become staples of the Final Fantasy franchise, including chocobos and the recurring character of Sid, which Sid appears in every single. Yeah, the Kefka theme and song and laugh are both so iconic. Yes, that always confused the hell out of me. Yeah, so on the original SNES, Final Fantasy 2 was actually Final Fantasy 4, and Final Fantasy 3 was Final Fantasy 6. Eventually, they released the original Final Fantasies 2 and 3. You can play 3 on the DS. I think on the 3DS, I think it is, or the DS. One of those. I still have my original Final Fantasy 3. But yeah, Sid becomes a recurring character in every single Final Fantasy. If Sid is not in a Final Fantasy game, it's not a Final Fantasy game. I'm sorry. So yes, it also eliminated the traditional experience point leveling system of the previous and later games, instead introducing an activity-based progression system where the character statistics increase according to how they're used or required, which was the part of this game that people didn't like. They didn't like the fact that you went from experience boosts to, oh, if you attack a lot with the sword, you leveled up in your ability to use a sword. I think is how it worked. That's essentially how it worked. Chocobos and Chewbacca's don't get along, but we respect each other. But yeah, I'm gonna need LG to be on the streams when I'm talking about Street Fighter, Tekken, Mortal Kombat, and Soul Calibur. I don't know if how much you know about Soul Calibur, or at least I would want you to be there to talk about your experience and talk about the evolution of those games because that's kind of what we're trying to do here with Final Fantasy. Of course, it still had the overworld map, several towns and dungeons, menu-based system allowing player to outfit each character with equipment, and up to two often disposable items for battle. They of course introduced magic spells, which was still a thing then. This time they actually had names. They had different names. As of course the main protagonist, Furion. I think it was Furion, Leon, and there was another one I forgot. So yeah, Furion, Maria, Guy, and Leon. You automatically like the crazy thing is in the beginning of the game, they basically set you up for failure. So they basically tell you, "Oh yeah, here's your characters, go fight." You immediately get deleted immediately, and you get revived by Princess Hilda. Three of you anyway, not four. You have to go out and search for Leon. They find a dying Prince Scott of Kishon. Hilda's fiance informs that them that a former nobleman of Kashuan, Borgin, betrayed the rebellion and became a general in the Imperial Army. First Final Fantasy I played was 8. Oh, you do know why the series was called Final Fantasy in the first place? Yeah, I talked about that. It was originally called Fighting Fantasy, and then they changed it due to copyright. Yeah, that's a rough one to start with. Yeah, Final Fantasy 8 wasn't the greatest. Immediately, yeah, they immediately throw you in. You're fighting these four knights. It's just this right here. This is it right here. Like this little picture right here is the personification how much they tell you go f yourself. These are your four characters. These are the four knights. They immediately destroy you. You have 30. You see how you have in here? You can't really see it too well, but it says 30, 20, 40, 30. That's your HP. They'll hit you for like 3 to 4 to 500 damage on your first fight and tell you, "Oh, go yourself. Go after yourself." So yeah, yeah. That's basically what they do to you. They'll tell you to go fuck yourself. Oh, it's too early. It's only 37 minutes in. But yeah, eventually they did re-release it on the PS1 under, like I said, the Final Fantasy. Yeah, the unbeatable battle trope. Yeah, they start you off with the unbeatable battle trope. Just to let's see, let's see if I can actually pull that up real quick, just to show you. I wish I could show that. That would be so funny to show. But yeah, Final Fantasy 2 main theme. So yeah, you go from essentially you go from this music here. If I can pull, I'm gonna pull up the one again. You go from that, which I'll share on screen. You go from that to this. This is what the next one. This is this is the next version of what the song sounds like. So you hear this, right? And then it goes to this. It's more pixelated. It's more rhythmy. I like it. Like you can get fully invested in just the music of this game. It's crazy. That's why I say like in Final Fantasy 10 too, I gave it a 4.5 out of 10 simply because the music was so good. Even if how terrible the game was, the music was still fantastic. It feels like a troll move on the devs' part, pretty funny. It's supposed to be for narrative purposes. Yeah. So essentially they put you in this fight, you get your ass beat, and then they're like, "Oh yeah, you died." And then it's like, "Oh, but you got revived, and now you're missing one person." So that's essentially it. You're missing one person, you know? That's just how it goes. That's essentially just how it goes. So yeah, we've simply going through the evolution of Final Fantasy is what the whole point is. We're gonna move on now to Final Fantasy 3. You also get your title cards. I forgot to also pull up your title cards. Composing has always been a strong suit of Square. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I agree. 100%. The music was always solid, no matter what. No matter what, the music was always solid. Moving on over to Final Fantasy 3. And also their logos were always solid too. I like that. It reminds me of Ghost of Tsushima in the start. They put you in the story with great gear and suddenly boom, you lose it all and now it's time you regain your weaponry and gear. That's what they do in Tears of the Kingdom as well. They start you with full hearts and then they reduce you down to like 3 after like one fight in the beginning. You do that even in Tears of the Kingdom. But yeah, moving over to Final Fantasy 3. Essentially what this was, yet another game where they had the infamous job system. They went back to turn-based. They went back to your leveling and had that amazing job system. You had 4 playable characters. You had, you know, you just had, and of course they introduced the job change system. The story revolves around 4 orphan youths drawn to a crystal of light. The crystal grants them some of its power and instructs them to go forth and restore balance to the world. Right? Not knowing what to make of the crystal's pronouncements, but nonetheless recognizing the importance of its words, the four informed their adoptive families of the mission itself to explore and bring balance to the world. It did re-release it for the Nintendo. Oh, it was the Nintendo DS. It was actually very good. I liked it for the DS. The one classic I never played since Nimbus says Nimbus. They have earlier plans to remake the game for apparently the Wanda Swan color, as had done with the first, second, and fourth installments, but the game faced several delays, eventually canceled after premature cancellation of the platform. It did release it for a bunch of platforms. You can play it on Steam. There is a remastered collection it is part of that you can play. It's a Pixel Remaster collection. Me personally, I didn't feel the need to buy that. I can always get it in other methods. Nobuo Uematsu was supposed to perform at a Symphony Atlanta, and my boy and I were going to go, but then this happened, and the concert never got rescheduled. That sucks, bro. Like that's the next person. Like if there was a big celebrity person I would want to meet, it would be Nobuo Uematsu because his musical like capabilities are just insane and out of this world. So gameplay of Final Fantasy 3 combines elements of the first 2 games with new features. Turn-based combat system remains in place from the first 2 games, but hit points are now shown above the target. Following attacks or healing actions rather than captioned in as in the previous 2 games. Auto target physical attack after a friendly enemy attack is killed uh, is also featured for the first time. Unlike Suzuki games in the series, magical attacks are not auto targeted. The experience point system featured in the Final Fantasy makes its return following its absence from the second game because people realize that, you know, remember your. Oh yeah, absolutely, dude. I'm sorry. Yeah, I've met out of any Final Fantasy person, the only big one I've been able to meet was Tetsuya Nomura, the character designer of Final Fantasy. It's like one of my most prized possessions is having that man's autograph. Is absolutely insane. I got to meet him when Final Fantasy 15 was a thing, so that you could tell you how long ago that was when they were promoting Final Fantasy 15. Just remember, I don't go flaunting around all the people that I meet because it's pointless to do. Character class system featured in the first game also reappears with some modifications, whereas in the original game, the player chooses each character's class alignment at the start of the game and then is locked into that class for duration. Final Fantasy 3 introduces the job system for which series would later become famous. Now, as much as people don't like to think of it as a real game, Stranger of Paradise Final Fantasy Origin, I recommend it highly if you are a Souls player. If you love those Souls types of games, but with a Final Fantasy twist is what you'll get, I highly recommend it. It has so much content in there, so many different variations. It has a lot of different jobs, advanced jobs, expert jobs, master jobs. It has all that stuff going for it. It's absolutely crazy how good that game is, and it's to me it's underrated. Like if I had to choose between playing that game and Final Fantasy 16, I would play Stranger Paradise all day. I don't I just don't care about 16 at all. You might hear the word chaos too many times and you might get upset about it, but I highly recommend it. I like it. I really do like it. I've got like 80 something hours, 80 plus hours in that game. So character's level of proficiency at a particular job increases the longer the character remains for that job. Higher job levels increases the battle statistics of the character and reduce the cost and capacity points to switch to that job. First game in the series to feature special battle commands such as Steal or Jump, each of which is associated with a particular job. Steal, of course, with the Thief, and Jump with the Dragoon. This is, of course, 1,000 years before the events in the game, and on a floating continent, hovering high above the surface of an unnamed planet, a technologically advanced civilization sought to harness the power of the four elemental crystals of light, which are, of course, wind, fire, water, and earth are the four elements. They've been used quite a few times in these Final Fantasy games, and you know you'll notice that pattern. They were used in the original Final Fantasy, they were used in Stranger Paradise, and they were used in Final Fantasy 3. What do I think about the tactics games? The tactics games are fantastic. I highly recommend the original Final Fantasy Tactics. You can play Final Fantasy Tactics Advance, which is basically a remake of the original. The characters are very like relatable. The characters are, memorable. They're very memorable. And if you're into that type of like XCOM Fire Emblem type of style game, I highly recommend that to you. That was something I talked. That was actually something I talked about in the beginning. I would say Final Fantasy Tactics is definitely in my top 5 Final Fantasies of all time, just behind 10, 7, 6, and I would say Lightning Returns. Although I can also put 11 or 14 in there, but 11 is just very good. I would put Tactics above like all of the numbered Final Fantasies except for, of course, 10, 7, and 6. The one I liked was Final Fantasy Tactics A2 Grimoire of the Rift on the DS. That was the second one. That was the one I never played. I only played the original. That was Advance 2, if I remember correctly. I don't know if it still had the same characters like Ramza, but yeah, Ramza was a great character too. Nobody really talks about Tactics that much. Tactics is another one of those underrated games, but it's probably one of the best on the PS1 from the PS1 era. Like I put it up there easily with the other Final Fantasies that came out on PS1. I would put Tactics above 8 for sure. The Advanced Tactics had the Final Fantasy 5 job system, but I like the PS1 a lot more. Yeah, Final Fantasy, yeah, Tactics, the original one is just a fantastic game. I still actually own my original copy of Final Fantasy Tactics on the PS1. So this power of light has been consumed the world itself. Had the light crystals not had their natural counterparts, the 4 dark elemental crystals, disturbed by the sudden interruption of the careful balance between light and dark. 4 warriors, the warriors of light, what we call the warriors of light, were granted the power of the dark crystals to recapture the power of the light crystals. These so-called dark warriors succeeded in their quest and restored harmony to the world, but their victory came too late to save the doomed civilization, whose culture was reduced to ruin, though their floating continent remained. On that continent, the Circle of Golgans, a race of blind soothsayers and fortune tellers, predicted that these events will ultimately repeat. So that's exactly how it works, especially with Final Fantasy 1, that there's always going to be darkness, and there's always going to be the 4 warriors of light that are going to be there to stop darkness, and then the cycle just repeats itself over and over again. So Zande is the antagonist the party seeks to stop for the most of the game, though he eventually reveals to be merely a pawn of the cloud of darkness. Malevolent and vicious deity wishes to push the world to a state of chaos and destruction by upsetting the equilibrium between light and darkness, which is something that Kefka wants to do, basically. I like Tactics Advance on the GBA. Hell yeah. So we're going to move over to the theme of Final Fantasy 3. Give you a little taste of that. Pro Jared. See right here, like, oh, you can't see this, but you see it right here. This was the actual. This right here was the box art for Final Fantasy 3 over on the Super Nintendo, which this was Final Fantasy 6. it was called 3, and this was the actual box art, right? That was the actual box art for it when it came out. But again, it wasn't Final Fantasy 3, it was 6, which is super confusing. So one thing I never understood why they did that either. Forgot to put main theme. I guess we'll go with this one. Japanese box art for Final Fantasy VI looks so much better. Typically, the Japanese box arts of most Final Fantasy games and even JRPGs for that matter were better, in my opinion. Welcome in, Marcus. Welcome in. Welcome in. Well, they share the same box art? No. So the box art, for Final Fantasy 3, like the actual Final Fantasy 3, was much different than what 6 was. It was much different. It had this logo. This right here, if I can find it. This right here is the logo for Final Fantasy 3. This was actually the box. This was essentially the box art for the DS version of Final Fantasy 3. Right here on the screen. Like I said, I still actually own that game too. Well, we'll get to Final Fantasy 6 as well. So we'll play the theme for Final Fantasy 3 here. Yeah, this is the original version. That's actually how it originally sounded. You can see it there. So this is from 1990. So it has a similar tone to the original Final Fantasy theme here, as you can hear. But this one right here is more of the orchestral version, not the original version. It's more of like an orchestral version of it. So now we're gonna move over to Final Fantasy IV, which personally I think actually Final Fantasy IV might be up there for me. So you can see it here. This was of course the original box art for this was the original Japanese Super Famicom box art for Final Fantasy IV right here. I'm gonna start listening to Final Fantasy soundtracks. Yeah, Final Fantasy soundtracks are fantastic. Like I think 10 for me is like the best. We'll get into like I said, we'll get more into the evolution of the different soundtracks and different music. But yeah, here see right here, this is what the original Super Famicom, which was what was called the Super Nintendo in Japan. It's called the Super Famicom. But this is how different the box arts were for games like that. Now, me personally, I love the opening for this game. Like, I love the opening for this game is fantastic, as well as the opening theme for this game was awesome. Like, even like, so even when they did the HD versions of these games, like, even when they did that, let me see if I can find it. So they had a bunch of different opening themes, right? I don't like that one. I'm looking for the original. Looking for the original. Although I'll use this. This is actually good. Let's see if I can do this. Yeah, so that's the box art for the Japanese. Like I said, the English one, right? Like I said, I'll show you what it would look like on the SNES, right? So right here, this is kind of what this is what it looked like on the original SNES. It was called Final Fantasy 2, but in reality, it was Final Fantasy 4. This was actually a manual from the original SNES days. If anybody wants to see what that looks like, but that's kind of what a manual looked like back then when we actually had manuals with games. But this is what the box looked like. It says Final Fantasy 2, but it was 4. It was such a weird thing. Such a weird thing back then. Let me see if I can find what I'm looking for. Oh yeah, that's kind of it. Yeah. So same type of opening. Yeah, that's the music you're greeted with when you first launch or start playing Final Fantasy 4. You're greeted with this. This is how it would have looked originally if you played it, but if you played it on the SNES, it would look totally different. It wouldn't look like that. Miss Manual, says Chewbacca. Some things didn't need changing. Manuals were cool, yeah. That's kind of a thing that, of course, Limited Run Games was doing. The only problem is Limited Run Games became a piece of crap company. Okay. They became a piece of crap company for firing somebody for, you know, having opinions. But this is the opening you were greeted with. If you played it on the SNES, this is of course a translation version of Final Fantasy IV. But if you played it on the original SNES, you were greeted to it like this, where it said Final Fantasy II instead of 4. So I'm sure I'm gonna get hit so many times while I'm trying to like make it not last as long, couple seconds. Like I enjoy all the music of Final Fantasy, but of course with copyright and all that, I can't have that. I can't risk that. But when they did do it in HD, of course, which is when they so of course you had Kane. This is Kane, right? This is the main dragoon character, Kane, who was he was accused of being a traitor to the the Empire, I think. You of course had I don't remember who that is. This is when they did the HD versions, and of course, you had Rydia right here. All of your party. Oh, Rosa. I think this is Rosa. I think this was supposed to be Rosa. You had Cecil. You had Kane right there. You had Rydia. You had Rosa. I think was that supposed to be. So they had the really cool cutscenes. This is opening to the game when it came out, I think, on the PS1. Yeah, watching for the copyright strike goblins. Yeah, it's Square Enix. I remember this screen. Good times, referring to this, right? Referring to this. I got to get around to playing Final Fantasy IV. Got it ages ago, but never got to playing it. Well, they had the Pixel remaster. Like I said, you can always jump in the boat and go and sail the high seas for a different version of it, which is what I prefer to do. Only Final Fantasy where you can have 5 party members. That is true. You actually were able to have 5 party members, which is insane. But we all know, at least I do. I remember, of course, right? I remember the opening. This was the opening cutscene, of course. Of course, we always got to include our Final Fantasy IV logo because we're on the Final Fantasy IV segment, right? But one of the most iconic openings I would say in Final Fantasy was, of course, the intro to Kain as a character, which was this right here, the Red Baron, and this song was fantastic as well. Like, imagine that. This is, of course, when you introduce the Kain for the first time. He's of course the captain of the Red Baron. Got a whole army here. Oh, sorry, Cecil. Cecil is it. Why I get these mixed up? This is Cecil. Cecil was the one that was the one that Cecil was the one that got called a traitor, right? No, Cain. It was you discover the crystal, of course, which is something you're looking for. You're supposed to gain this to return balance again. Go through this entire ship sequence. You fight these floating eyes, kill them, and then you return to the kingdom, of course. Return to the king. Yet another iconic song that can't be withholden. Right, right. That's what a Cecil's the traitor. Yeah, I got that wrong. I'm sorry. Yeah. Well, at least I got the traitor part right. And that's when Kane comes in right here, and he tries to defend his friend Cecil, but they kick you. And because Kane associates with Cecil, we are basically both considered traitors. Which, if I remember correctly, I was pretty sure that Kane was spelled with a K. I thought Kane was spelled with a K at one point. Like, music back then was just fantastic. Is this turn-based? I really like turn-based fights. Feel like a board game. Make every move count. Yeah, I would say every single game from the SNES, the PS1, the PS2, all of them were turn-based. So I also played Final Fantasy Mystic Quest on Black and White Game Boy. It was more Zelda-like. Yeah, it wasn't turn-based. It was more like you went around hitting stuff and killing enemies and get leveling up. I think that was the reason why people didn't like it too much. But yes, all turn-based for sure. So if we pull up here, I know Wikipedia is not the greatest thing, but it seems like it does good enough for what I need it for. In Japanese, it's just called the package, so it's not a spoiler on what's about to happen. Okay, yeah. So of course, this was ported to several platforms with varying differences. A remake, also called Final Fantasy IV, with 3D graphics, released on the Nintendo DS. The game was retitled Final Fantasy II during its initial release outside of Japan, as the original 2 and 3 had not been released outside of Japan at the time. All later localizations of Final Fantasy IV will begin to appear as Final Fantasy VII. Will begin to appear after Final Fantasy VII released worldwide under that title. We used the original title. They did release a sequel called The After Years, which I heard wasn't received very well. It had different episodes, different characters. It kind of did like a Saga Frontier type of gameplay where you pick different characters and go through their storylines and they all interconnect. So, retrospectively, Final Fantasy IV is often regarded as one of the greatest video games of all time, noting it pioneered many now common console role-playing features, including the concept of dramatic storytelling in an RPG. It has also been included in various lists of best games of all time by IGN as the highest-ranking RPG, as well as Famitsu in 2006. In Final Fantasy IV, the player controls a large cast of characters and completes quests to advance the story. Characters move and interact with people and objects on a field map, which may represent a variety of settings, such as towers, caves, and forests. Travel between areas occurs on the overworld. The player can use talents to replenish strength, buy equipment, and discover clues on the next destination. And of course, it's all turn-based. Yeah, ATB. So this is when they've introduced the ATB that's used even now, which differ from the turn-based designs of previous RPGs. The ATB system centers on the player inputting orders for the characters in real time during battles. The system was used in many subsequent Square games. Each character has certain strengths and weaknesses. For instance, a strong magic user may have low defense, while a physical fighter may have low agility. Like other Final Fantasy games, characters gain new and more powerful abilities with battle experience. Magic is classified as either white for healing and support, black for offense, or summon for summoning monsters to attack and carry out specialized tasks. And fourth type, ninjutsu, which is what Edge uses. Edge uses ninjutsu. That's why it says ninja right there. Consists of support and offensive magic and is available to only one character, which, like I said, is Edge. Magic users who account for 8 of the 12 playable characters gain magic spells as pre-programmed experience levels or fixed story events. This game includes balance point gains, items, and rewards to eliminate long sessions of grinding. Due to the Super SNES's greater processing power, Final Fantasy IV contains improved graphics when compared to Final Fantasy titles, all of which were released on the NES, which 16-bit, I think, is where we're at this point. The setting. Most of Final Fantasy IV takes place on Earth, also known as the Blue Planet, which consists of a surface world or overworld inhabited by humans and an underground world or underworld inhabited by the dwarves. An artificial moon orbits the planet upon which the Lunarians live. The Lunarians are a race of beings being originally from a world which was destroyed, becoming the asteroid belt surrounding the blue planet, and are identified by a moon-shaped crest on their foreheads. They created the artificial moon, resting until a time when they believe their kind can coexist with humans. Which you are able to take a ship essentially to the moon, which is cool as fuck. I really got into the idea of turn-based competitiveness when I was hooked into the Yu-Gi-Oh! Cartoon show. Final Fantasy is a game for me. I know one of the most recent turn-based games I think I can recommend would be Sea of Stars. Tally ho. So Final Fantasy IV offers 12 playable characters, each with a unique and unchangeable character class. So it went from being you could change the classes on the fly to you can't change them. During the game, the player can have a total of 5 or fewer characters in the party at any given time. The main character is Cecil Harvey is a Dark Knight and the captain of the Red Wings. I said Red Baron. It's Red Wings. An elite Air Force unit of the Kingdom of Baron. That's why I called it Red Baron, because it's the Kingdom of Baron. He serves the king alongside his childhood friend Kane Highwind, the commander of the Dragoons. Rosa Farrow is a white mage and archer, as well as Cecil's love interest. The Red Wings airships were constructed by Cecil's friend, the engineer Sid. So we're back to having Sid again. So we know what role Sid played in this game, because Sid is different per game. Wait, it's gifted. Oh, okay. Let's see. Rachel gifting a membership to Nimbus. Thank you very much. Thank you. You're far too kind. It doesn't show up in StreamYards, but it shows up in the back end of YouTube. Cool. So we gained a new channel member. Fantastic. That's awesome. I appreciate you, Ray Child. And I appreciate you as well for being a member of the channel. Let's see where are we at now. I don't know why it doesn't show up in StreamYards. It's so weird. Maybe I just need to get a third monitor. Maybe I just need a third monitor or something. During his quest, Celso is joined by others, including Rydia, a young summoner from the village of Mist. Tella, a legendary sage. Edward Chris von Muir, the Prince of Damsian, is a bard as well as the husband of Tala's daughter Anna. Yang Feng Liden, the head of the monks of Fable, Palom and Parum, a black mage and a white mage, twin apprentices from the magical village of Mysidia. Edward Edge Geralton, the ninja prince of Eblin, and Fusoya, the guardian of the Lunarians during their long sleep, which in Final Fantasy IV, the after years, you play as the children or child or children of Cecil and Rosa, which is interesting. The Red Wings attack the city of Mysidia to steal their water crystal and return to the Kingdom of Baron. That's what you saw in the beginning. Afterwards, when Cecil, captain of the Red Wings, questions the king's motives, he is stripped of his rank and sent with Kane, his friend and captain of the Dragoons, to deliver a ring to the village of Mist, which is where you meet Rydia. There, Kane and Cecil watch in horror as monsters burst forth from inside the ring and lay waste to the village. The young girl Rydia is the only survivor and summons a monster named Titan in anger. This monster causes an earthquake, separates Cecil and Kane. Cecil awakens afterwards and takes the wounded Rydia to a nearby inn. Baron soldiers come for Rydia, but Cecil defends her, and she joins him on his journey. It is revealed, though, that Rosa is his love interest. So I actually think it's. I actually believe it's. Hold on, let me just check. Yeah, see, it's an. Yeah, so Final Fantasy IV, the After Years is actually an episodic role playing game. So it's set 17 years after Final Fantasy IV, follows the original cast and their descendants, an episode of Tales as a new villain appears, setting into action a mysterious chain of events that threatens the fate of the Blue Planet, which has that same ATB and random encounters. So yeah, it is Rosa. Okay, so it is Rosa. So it has original characters and new characters as well. Okay, now we're gonna move on to. I just hope everybody's enjoying this. I don't, like I said, I don't know how well this is going to do, but I will continue to do more live streams like this. I'd rather do this, honestly. Put in some evergreen content that people can always watch, which is pretty cool. Like that I can do that. We're gonna move on though to Final Fantasy V. Wow, thank you, sir. Oh, okay. Brave Child with another gifted sub to Baby Chewbacca. Hell yeah, appreciate that, man. I appreciate you gifting another sub to the channel. It's awesome. Yeah, I'm still trying to work out all the kinks. Again, I don't know why it doesn't show up in StreamYard, but it shows up in viewer activity here. So yeah, let me see. Okay, I can't put that on the screen, of course. Hell yeah, Jedi Saber, elbow cough. Jedi Saber, yeah, it's one of the emotes. I have to get the rest of my emotes set up, and I get them from the artist that I got them originally from. I'll be able to put that in there. So yeah, moving over to Final Fantasy V, which I believe has to do with summoning of dragons. I don't know why I didn't do this to begin with, make it bigger. I appreciate that, man. All right. So moving on over to Final Fantasy V, which again was never released in the US until 1998, which is the first time anyone could actually play this game, unless, of course, they emulated it. And it was also included in the Final Fantasy Collection and Final Fantasy Anthology in 1999. It did looks like they did release it. Yeah, Super Famicom version available on the Wii in Japan. Game Boy, so it never released. It wasn't until 1998 and 1999, really in 1999, where it was actually released to the US. So crazy. Butts and the Great Galuf. The 90s fan translation was great. Yeah, it sure was. It's crazy how it works. The sabers aren't red. You didn't Vader. I have to get that done. I actually have a raid emote that has a red saber. I think. I think. What's up, Shadow Jack? How's it going, man? Hell chat, Hell Zero. Oh yeah. So we're now moving into Final Fantasy V. Gonna pull that up, like I said. Just pull it up. Again, wasn't released until 1999 in the Final Fantasy Collection and the Final Fantasy Anthology, which is insane to me. How they could have 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 6, and then not have 5. I mean, I would never sail the high seas for a video game. No, never. Never that. So far we got 13 likes, got 2 gifted subs. It's fantastic. And oh yeah, and a 20 from Baby Chewbacca on the Streamlabs side. Of course, this still had the role playing. So of course, still had the same role playing, the same turn-based RPG as you would think. Because see right here, it says the game begins as a wanderer named Bartz investigates a fallen meteor. There he encounters several characters, one of whom reveals the danger facing the 4 crystals that control the world's elements. So you see a pattern here. You see a pattern here that everything is about the crystals up until 6. So Final Fantasy 6. These crystals act as a seal on X-Death, an evil sorcerer. Bartz and his party must keep the crystals from being exploited by X-Death's influence and prevent his resurgence. Final Fantasy V has been praised for the freedom of customization that the player has over the characters achieved through the greatly expanded job system. Despite being released only in Japan, the Super Famicom version sold more than 2 million copies, and the PlayStation version has earned greatest hit status, selling more than 350,000. It includes many standard role-playing RPG elements, as well as re-innovated features introduced in the early Final Fantasy games. Players navigate from a top-down perspective, a transversable overworld connecting the various towns, dungeons, and other points of interest. The player can traverse the overworld by foot, chocobo, hydro-guided ship, windrake, or airship. So yeah, at some point you get to ride a dragon, depending on the situation. Random encounters with experience points, monsters on the overworld or in a dungeon. Experience accumulates in a level up in which character attributes such as hit points and magic points increase. A menu-based management system allows the player to equip, heal, and change these characters to select a job outside of battle, as well as to save the game's progress. Final Fantasy V is the second Final Fantasy game to use the active battle system, in which time flows continuously for both the player and enemies during combat. The system was first established in Final Fantasy IV, but in that game there was no way to visibly anticipate which character's turn would come up next. So yeah, as you can see right over here, they actually had physical bars right here that would tell you when your turn was essentially going to be next and which character was going to be able to act next. So that's when they first introduced this right here. And this would actually translate into, this would be used in 6, 7, 8, 9, and then not 10. So 10 they completely changed. Yes, hit that like button. So yeah, this bar right here was used from 5 up until 9, and then 10 had like a system similar to this, but it was like a little bar on the side where you could see the order of how things would happen. I'll get into that later. We'll get into that later when we get to Final Fantasy X. The backstory of Final Fantasy V is revealed in phases. Let me make that bigger. Here, the backstory of Final Fantasy V is revealed in phases through cutscenes and interactions with non-playable characters, NPCs. 1 millennium before the events of the main story, a powerful mage named Inuo imperiled the world using the power of an evil entity called the Void. The people retaliated by using 12 legendary weapons to vanquish Inuo, but the Void itself could not be destroyed. Consequently, the people split the world's 4 elemental crystals into 2 sets, effectively creating 2 worlds. The Void then became sealed in a dimensional cleft between the 2 worlds. Nearly 1,000 years have passed without incident, and both worlds prosper due to the powers of their crystals of wind, water, fire, and earth, which you have your regular light crystals and you have your dark crystals, which all equate to those 4 elements. New kingdoms and towns flourish and travel by ship act as critical means of commerce and communication. However, a sinister force was stirring in the second world. Ever since the Void incident, malicious demons had been sealed inside a tree of the great forest of Moor. The corrupted amalgamation of spirits emerged as X-Death, the game's primary antagonist. When X-Death attempted to claim the world for himself, a group of heroes called the 4 Warriors of Dawn, so it was originally the 4 Warriors of Light, now it's 4 Warriors of Dawn, Galith, Exat, Dorgon, and Kelger, sealed him within the first world using his crystals, and peace returned for another 30 years. So yeah, you had Bartz, which, like I said, in the English version, it was Butts. I don't know why we got that. You have Lena, you have Galith, you have Ferris, and Krill. We've already read all this. Now we're going to move on to the... I don't remember if I did play the theme. Final Fantasy V, main theme. So yes, the main theme here. So yeah, this is the main theme for Final Fantasy V. When you first load up the game, it starts like this. Which then they had this graphic where it shows you the characters here. It's pretty cool. Of course, Bart's riding his lovely, lovely chocobo. You kind of get a idea of what the battle looks like. And of course, this would look very similar to 6 when we get over to it. Your ship here. It's you riding a Windrake. So a Windrake is a mode of transportation in this game. Boko the Chocobo, yeah. And that's the dragon that ravaged the town you're in right there. Yeah, so you kind of get an idea. As a Mog, your Moogles, you kind of get an idea of how the game looks and how the game operates, and you get the main theme of the game. So moving on to Final Fantasy VI. We're going to move on to Final Fantasy VI, which introduced many, many, many characters that are still loved to this day. Still loved and remembered to this day, including your ability to suplex a train. we're gonna talk about that. We are going to talk about that. So now we've arrived at Final Fantasy VI. 14 character ensemble cast. It's a lot more than that. I believe it's actually more like 20 something. I'm actually going to look that up just to confirm. You might be right though. I'm gonna look it up. Oh, there are, okay. It is 14. It is 14 playable characters, each with their own personality, backstory, and unique abilities. So yes, Nimbus is correct in his assessment of 14 playable characters, and definitely a big ensemble. 14 plus 2 short time playable characters. Okay, yeah, perfect. Like I said, we can all have discussions here. So, suplex a train. What? Yeah, you can suplex a train. The suplex of the train is the best part of every play. Yeah, you can. Okay, don't worry. I'm going to show you that. I'm going to show you the awesomeness that is suplexing a train. That is going to come up. I'm going to look at that up. Soup. Yeah, we're gonna. Don't worry. We're gonna get into it. Don't worry. We're gonna get that. Don't worry. I'm gonna show that. We'll get to it. We're gonna start. We're gonna start, of course, with the opening theme of 6, as well as the opening scene for Final Fantasy VI as well, because it's again iconic as hell. Okay, Final Fantasy. Yes, don't worry, we're gonna show that. Nobuo Umetsu at his best, says Wraith Child. Yeah. That's Final Fantasy 3. I don't want that. So yeah, this was actually the opening right here of the game when you first popped it in for the SNES right here. Seven seconds. Oh yeah. Yes, make some commentary. It's all lightning. It's all coolness. It's all amazing. This whole thing. Just remember, like I said, the original Final Fantasy 3 on the SNES, which is what you see here, was actually Final Fantasy 6. Like this whole intro is just greatness. And I'm sorry if I pause it all because of like copyright and you have to commentate and all that stuff. course, it had to do with the War of the Magi, which is the whole thing. Like this whole intro is just fantastic. Of course, it starts with this girl who doesn't remember who she is, but her name is Tara. She's been captured by these two Imperial soldiers, essentially. One his name is Vix, one his name is Wedge. So hard to believe an Esper has been found intact there 1,000 years after the War of the Magi. That's what they go to search for. They go to search for an Esper, which is supposed to be essentially a summon, which is one of the most powerful things, powerful beings that exist in this world. Yeah, so it's right here where they say it too. Not to worry, the slave crown on her head robs her of all her conscious thought. She'll follow orders. So yeah, they basically turn her into a slave with the crown that she wears on her head. Imagine, reporter asks about Nubul, why suplex a plane? And Nubul says, because suplexing plane too crazy. So yeah, they essentially enslave her with a crown that they put on her head. So she doesn't even have any conscious thought. She just follows orders. And then you get the next iconic intro song right here. So it's essentially them traveling to the cave where they're going to look for the Esper. Nobuo Uematsu is a freaking genius, man. I swear. He's one of the greatest composers ever. But yeah, this is how the opening credits go in this game. Like, it's crazy good. I love the intro and the opening credits for this game. Like, it's just crazy the things that the things that this man came up with all those years ago with Final Fantasy VI. Absolutely insane. And I'm actually glad they put it out on the SNES. Like, I was able to play such a fantastic game like that. And of course, like I said, it did re-release for the PlayStation with, of course, the PlayStation and the Final Fantasy Anthology, and of course the Virtual Console and all that good stuff. And of course, they had the Super NES Classic Edition, which came out as Final Fantasy 3, and they had the pixel remasters of 1 through 6, which came out on everything except Xbox, because apparently Square sees putting games on Xbox as a loss, even though they have 7, 8, 9, 10, 10 to 12, 13, 15, all those games. Perfectly fine to put those, but not your original classic games. So of course we get into it here. Final Fantasy VI, which is also known as Final Fantasy III from its initial North American release, is a 1994 role-playing game developed and published by Square back when it was called Square or Square Soft. As you can see the logo here, it says Square Soft. This was before the merger with Enix, which made them into Square Enix. 6 mainline entry, the final featured 2D sprite-based graphics, and the first to be directed by someone other than the series creator, Sakaguchi. The role instead was filled by Yoshinori Kitase and Hiroyuki Ito, which is crazy because, again, to me, this is one of the greatest RPG games and greatest Final Fantasy games of all time. Longtime collaborator Yoshitaka Amano returned as the character designer and concept artist, while composer Nobuo Uematsu returned to compose the game's score, which has been released on several soundtrack albums. So we actually had a different character designer back then. We had Yoshitaka Amano, which nowadays it's Tetsuya Nomura. Set in a world with technology resembling the second industrial revolution, the game's story follows an expanding cast that includes 14 permanent playable characters. The World of Balance song, yeah. The narrative deals with the themes of rebellion against an immoral military dictatorship, pursuit of a magical arms race, use of chemical weapons and warfare, depictions of violent and apocalyptic confrontations, several personal redemption arcs, apparently teenage pregnancy, and the renewal of hope and life itself. Final Fantasy VI received widespread critical acclaim, particularly for its graphics, soundtrack, story, character, setting, and mature themes, and won numerous awards. Widely considered to be one of the greatest video games of all time, it is often cited as a watershed title for the role-playing genre. Like previous installments, Final Fantasy VI consists of 4 basic game modes: gameplay and overworld map, town and dungeon field maps, battle screen, and menu screen. The overworld map is a scaled-down version of the game's world, which the player uses to direct characters to various locations. As with most games in the series, the 3 primary means of travel across the overworld are by foot, chocobo, and airship. With a few plot-driven exceptions, enemies are randomly encountered on field maps and on the overworld when traveling by foot. The menu screen is where the player makes such decisions as which characters will be in the traveling party, which equipment they wield, the magic they learn, the configuration of the gameplay. It was a little behind, no worries, man. The game's plot develops as the player progresses through towns and dungeons. Town citizens will offer helpful information, and some residents own item or equipment shops. Later in the game, visiting certain towns will activate side quests. Dungeons appear as a variety of areas, including caves, forests, and buildings. These dungeons often have treasure chests containing rare items that are not available in most stores. Dungeons may feature puzzles and mazes, with some dungeons requiring the player to divide the characters into multiple parties, which must work together to advance in the dungeon. Those were very interesting dungeons too. We had to separate people into different parties. That was really good. Another element is the desperation attack, a powerful attack substitution that occasionally appears when the character's health is low. Similar features appear in later Final Fantasy titles under a variety of different names, including limit breaks, trances, and overdrives. So limit breaks were 7 and 8, trances was 9, and overdrives was 10. That's where they had those names. Limit breaks for 7 and 8, trances for 9, overdrives for 10, which are essentially these ultimate attacks that your characters pull off that do massive, massive amounts of damage. So again, you can see on the side here, they still have of course, like I said, they have the time bar, which once this fills up, you're able to do actions like attack, defending, items, etc., etc. Although in 6, only 2 playable characters start the game with the ability to use magic, magic may later be taught to almost all other playable characters through the game's introduction of Magicite and the espers that Magicite shards contain. Espers are the game's incarnation of the series' trope of summons, powerful monstrous beings, many of which are recurring throughout the series, such as Ifrit, Shiva, Bahamut, and Odin. Besides those returning from previous entries, 6 features approximately 24 of them in total, with more added to later versions of the game. So the plot being, instead of the strictly medieval fantasy settings featured in previous Final Fantasy titles, Final Fantasy VI is set in a world that almost has prominent steampunk influences. The structure of society is similar to that of the latter half of the 19th century, with opera and the fine arts serving as recurring motifs throughout the game, and a level of technology comparable to that of the Second Industrial Revolution. During the first half of the game, the planet is referred to the world of balance and is divided into 3 large continents. The northern continent is punctuated by a series of mountain ranges. The southern has been mostly subjugated by the cruel Gestial Empire, and the eastern continent is home to the Veldt, a massive wilderness inhabited by monsters from all over the world. An apocalyptic event mid-game transforms the planet into the world of ruin. Its withering land masses are fractured into numerous islands surrounding a larger continent. That's, of course, when Kefka wins. That's essentially when Kafka wins. He turns the world from the world of balance into the world of ruin. Now, if you want a representation of what Kefka would look like in your face, that would be this guy. This is what the main villain of the game looks like in the 3D graphical version when they released Final Fantasy Anthology on the PS1. Now, imagine looking at this guy and thinking, wow, he's going to take over the world. So, I don't think you want that guy to take over the world. He looks like a psycho. He looks like an absolute psychopath. He should have gave us a jump scare warning. Evil clown. Yeah, exactly. Leftist. My bad, my bad. I probably should have. But yeah. Now, what we will do is give you off. I'll give you a jump scare warning now that I'm about to let you listen in on what Kefka sounds like when he laughs and his famous theme. How about that? I'll give you that. We'll give you a jump scare warning for that. You gave the leftists too much credit. I'll give you a jump scare warning now. They're more like Bozo the Clown. They're more like Bozo the Clown, says LG. So I'll give you more of a warning now before I play Kefka's laugh and theme. So, all right. Eggy Pan, why do you live out in the middle of the stinking desert? These recon jobs are the pits. Yeah, I take that back. There's sand in my boot. Yeah, I take that back. So yeah, they move around a little bit. They move around a little bit. He's just searching around. They're just searching around, and then you get the infamous Kefka laugh. I hope y'all are ready for this Kefka laugh. Now imagine listening to this laugh as you are a 4-year-old or a 5-year-old or a 6-year-old, and you're playing an RPG game. And you just are just listening to this guy ramble on about nonsense, and then all of a sudden you hear this. You just suddenly hear that creepy laugh coming out of this man's mouth. Yeah. Imagine being a child listening to that. Yeah. That's your main villain. That is essentially your main villain. Laughing like that constantly through the whole game. Oh my god, that was extra creepy, says baby Chewbacca. Now what's even crazier is when they add it in with extra music. Now let me see what this sounds like in the Pixel remat. Let's see what this sounds like in the Pixel remastered version. Yeah. That's what he sounds like in the Pixel remastered version of this game. Yeah. That's what he sounds like in the remastered version of the game. So yeah, there's that. Now, of course, before we move on to the great masterpiece, the next masterpiece, I should say, because Final Fantasy VI is indeed a masterpiece, we're gonna show you the infamous suplex of the train. Clean version it says, yeah. We're gonna show you the infamous suplexing of a train. Let's do that. And you'll hear the battle music. This is actually the boss battle music too. For those of you who don't understand what's going on in this video right here, back on the SNES, before they made it super easy and they gave you the easy way of playing this game and doing certain moves on the Pixel remaster where they tell you exactly what buttons to press, back when you were a kid and you were playing the SNES version of Final Fantasy VI, you had to memorize the button motions in order to do certain moves with Sabine in this game. So you had to memorize what the button pattern was in order to do the suplex to said train here. And of course, it's a ghost train chasing you on a train track. Suplex. Yes, and that is the epicness that is called suplexing a train. Suplexing a ghost train, by the way. Suplex that train, a freaking ghost train. Gets me every time. I love it. Hell yeah. One way stop to Suplex City. Yeah, that is the infamous suplexing of the train in Final Fantasy VI. So yeah, yeah, we had to show that iconic. Anybody else who's played Final Fantasy VI have any other iconic scenes we would like to show to the audience before we move on to Final Fantasy VII? Kefka's final battle. Oh yes, the play. Yeah, I remembered that and I completely forgot. What's up, Thomas Smith? How's it going, buddy? In live action, I would laugh my man bobs off. Kefka's final battle. Yeah. So yeah, this is actually the Pixel remaster. So, but there are people in the chat that want to play this game. So this is kind of what Kefka looks like in the final battle of the game. This is of course the Pixel remaster. Now, what I was saying before was the fact that when you do moves with Sabin, I call him Sabin. There's all your playable characters, of course. You get to make your formations of battle. I want to see like so at the top here would have the buttons for the Pixel remaster, but in the original it didn't have the buttons on the top, so you didn't know exactly how to do your moves. It would take me exactly 5 minutes to move this weight. It's good, man. Love your work. Hell yeah, appreciate you being here. Baby Jock says hello, Thomas. Where's that? Where's that comment? Oh, here, the play. Yeah, yeah. The opera play is fantastic as well. It's Final Fantasy VI. Oh, full opera scene is 17 minutes. Dang, it's that long? Shit. All right, well, let's go. Only problem is all the copyright stuff. That's the only problem I have. Forced to wed the Eastern Prince Rouse, Maria still thinks only of Draco as she gazes at the stars each night. That's the only hard part about showing this stuff is all the music. What's the first line? Oh, my hero at last, Draco. Okay. So she goes to sing at this point. Oh, my hero, my beloved. Shall we still be made to part? Now, this is actually not, I don't believe this is actually part of the game. I don't remember if it was or not. I think this is actually a side quest that you could do, which was a very fun side quest. I know this had to do with that giant octopus looking dude, but, you know. Though promises of perennial love, yet sing here in my heart. And then you have to remember the next lines. Need to go through this to get the airship. Yeah. Okay, so there you go. Says Marcus Esser. I am the darkness. It's just she's singing the entire time. There's all that stuff. This is actually Celeste, one of the characters you can play as. So Celeste right here. Hours of despair. I offer this prayer to you, my evening star. And again, you got to remember the lines. We teach you the lines, and you got to remember it to make it look good. What's my final vows today? Be with him and not with you. So yeah, You kind of get the idea. You kind of get the idea of the opera scene. It's a great scene. I really think it's awesome. Like I think it's one of the best scenes in the game too. That the suplexing of the train, all that good stuff is fantastic. So if you screw up 3 times, oh, if you screw up 3 times, it's a game over. Says Nimbus. Yeah, it's been a while since I played six, but I'm gonna replay six after I finish 8, 9, and 13. Well, actually, I might do 8, 9, and then go back to playing the first Final Fantasy and do 1 through 6. Eventually, I will do that on stream because I love Final Fantasy that much. But yeah, you kind of get the gist of how great Final Fantasy 6 really was. A lot of people don't know about 6 because they just kind of know about 7, 8, 9, 10, and all of that. But the greatness that is Final Fantasy 6 is just unmatched. It's completely unmatched. So completely unmatched in every single way. Moving on over, we're going to be jumping now into Final Fantasy 7. And of course, we have to show, of course, the train sequence and the intro to that. That's not what we're looking for. Final Fantasy 7 opening. That's what we need. We're going to move over now to Final Fantasy 7. Let me close some of these tabs. Creative scene, yeah, 17 minutes. They put effort and love into that moment. Yeah, absolutely. I wonder why the girl behind the U-Haul counter was singing at me. It makes sense now. Says Shadowjack. But yes, we're gonna get into the illustrious, fantastic. I gotta share screen. Where is this? Where is this? Here. Sure. Final Fantasy 7. Final Fantasy 7 was the start of the 3D graphics and amazing, yeah, amazing 3D graphics. This was the start of the amazing 3D graphics of the Final Fantasy universe, jumping from 2D sprites to 3D pixels and polygons and graphics. I watched the podcast about Final Fantasy 6 versus Final Fantasy 7. They made a great point. Final Fantasy 7 is a very cinematic game, whereas 6 is a very theatrical game. 7 would make a good movie. 6 would make a good play. Well, they did. They did, of course, have Final Fantasy 7 Advent Children that came out, which was like a animated sequel to Final Fantasy 7, which we will talk about. I will talk about it. So looks like Payday is trending. Yeah, so we will be talking about it as well. We'll be talking about the spin-off games for of course Final Fantasy 7. We'll be talking about all of that good stuff. So Final Fantasy 7 of course came out in 1997 as the first 3D entry into the Final Fantasy series, which followed, I think, Final Fantasy 8 came out the next year. I think it came out in 1998. It's 1997 Final Fantasy 7 is a 1997 role-playing game developed by Square. So it was still called SquareSoft. You can see there, and it was 3 discs. This was 3 discs. 8 was 4 discs. 9 was 4 discs, and then Final Fantasy 10 is when the DVD came out, and it was 1 disc. And the seventh main installment in the Final Fantasy series, Square published the game in Japan. It was released in other regions by Sony Computer Entertainment, becoming the first game in the main series to have a PAL release. The game's story follows Cloud Strife, a mercenary who joins an eco-terrorist organization. Ooh, I don't think I can say that. To stop a world-controlling mega corporation, Shinra. So the organization is Avalanche, and mega corporation is Shinra. from using the planet's life essence as an energy source. Events send Cloud and his allies in pursuit of Sephiroth, a superhuman who seeks to wound the planet and harness its healing power to be reborn as a demigod. During their journey, Cloud bonds with his party members, including Aerith Gainsborough, which in the English version it's translated to Eris, but her real name is Aerith, and they finally fixed that in the remake, who holds the secret to saving their world because she's essentially a high evolutionary and part of a race of high beings that are able to fight against people like Sephiroth. Chris off me my square. Oh my god. Development, yeah, originally development began in 1994, which originally was for the SNES. After delays and technical difficulties from experimenting with several platforms, most notably the N64, because originally they wanted to put Final Fantasy VII onto a cartridge format on the N64 before it became a PS1 disc. Square moved productions to the PlayStation largely due to the advantages of the CD-ROM format. Veteran Final Fantasy staff returned, including the series creator and producer Hironobu Sakaguchi, director Yoshinori Kitase, and composer Nobuo Uematsu. The title was the first in the series to use full motion video and 3D computer graphics, featuring 3D character models superimposed over 2D pre-rendered backgrounds, although the gameplay remained mostly unchanged from previous entries. Final Fantasy VI introduced more widespread sci-fi elements and a more realistic presentation. The combined development and marketing budget cost around $80 million. Final Fantasy VII received widespread commercial and critical success as it remains widely regarded as a landmark title and one of the greatest games ever made. The title won numerous Game of the Year awards, absolutely deserves them all, and was acknowledged for boosting the sales of the PlayStation and popularizing JRPGs. Critics praised its graphics, gameplay, music, and story, although some criticism was directed towards the original English localization. The success has led to enhanced ports on various platforms, a multimedia sub-series called The Compilation of Final Fantasy VII, and a high-definition remake trilogy within its first entry releasing in 2020, which the second part, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, releases on February 29th, 2024. Gameplay is mostly comparable to earlier Final Fantasy titles and JRPGs. The game features 3 modes of play: the world map, the field, and battle screen. At its grander scale, players explore the world of Final Fantasy VII on a 3D world map. The world map is littered with representations of areas for the player to enter, including towns, environments, and ruins. Natural barriers such as mountains, deserts, and bodies of water block access by foot to some areas as the game progresses. The player receives vehicles to help traverse these obstacles. Chocobos can be found in certain spots on the map, and if caught, can be ridden to areas inaccessible on foot or by vehicle. In field mode, the player navigates fully scaled versions of the areas represented on the world map. 7 marks the first time in the series that the mode is represented in a 3-dimensional space. In this mode, players can explore the environment, talk with characters, advance the story, and initiate event games. Event games are short mini games that use special control functions and are often tied to the story. So if you can see over here, they still have the time bars, like I stated. These are, of course, your limit break bars, your health, your MP, the names, the stuff you can do. Final Fantasy VII features powerful character-specific commands called limit breaks, which can only be used after a special gauge is charged by enemy attacks. So anytime you get hit, your limit break bar increases. After being attacked, characters may be afflicted by one or more abnormal statuses, such as poison or paralysis. You gain experience points, money, and items, and if you defeat, of course, you get the game over screen. Final Fantasy VII takes place on a world referred in-game as the planet and retroactively named Gaia. The planet's life force, called the livestream, is a flow of spiritual energy that gives life to everything on the planet. Its process form is known as Mako. It was a Mako energy. On a societal and technological level, the game has been defined as an industrial, post-industrial science fiction milieu. During Final Fantasy VII, the Shinra Electric Power Company, a world-dominating mega corporation headquartered in the city of Midgar, is draining the planet's life stream for energy, weakening the planet and threatening its existence and all life. Which is why there's an underground revolutionary group of people called Avalanche that are trying to take down the evil mega corporation. Significant factions in the game include Avalanche, an eco-terrorist group seeking Shinra's downfall so the planet can recover, the Turks, a covert branch of Shinra's security forces, Soldier, an elite Shinra fighting force created by enhancing humans with Mako energy, and the Centra, a near-extinct human tribe which maintains a strong connection to the planet and the livestream. Cetra is what Aerith is. That's the near-extinct human tribe that she is a part of, that she used that She's there to essentially get rid of Sephiroth, which if you play the game, you know what happens. Soldier is where Cloud comes from. That's why he's essentially an enhanced human, which is why he's especially strong and he's able to carry around a 22-pound sword and pick it up with one hand, which a lot of people believe that Cloud could be easily defeated, but he's basically a superhuman. The main protagonist is Cloud Strife, an aloof mercenary who claims to be a former first-class soldier. Early on, he works with two members of Avalanche, Barrett Wallace, its brazen but fatherly leader. He's basically out on a mission to stop Shinra because he cares about his daughter and her life. So that's why he's so invested in taking down Shinra. Tifa Lockhart, a shy yet nurturing martial artist, and his childhood friend. During their journey, they meet Aerith, carefree flower merchant, and one of the last surviving Cetra. Red 13, an intelligent quadruple from a tribe that protects the planet. Cat Seath, robotic cat controlled by repentant Shinra staff member Reeve. And Sid Highwind, which is where you get your Sid representation, pilot whose dream of being the first human into outer space. You recruit Yuffie, which is actually an optional character, Vincent Valentine, who's also an optional character, who is a former Turk and victim of Shinra's experiments, and Yuffie being a young ninja and skilled materia thief. The game's main antagonists are Rufus Shinra, the son of President Shinra and later the leader of the Shinra Corporation, Sephiroth, a former soldier who reappears several years after being presumed dead, and Genova, a hostile extraterrestrial life form who was Cetra imprisoned 2,000 years ago and whose Sephiroth was created. The key character in Cloud's backstory is Zack Fair, a member of Soldier and Aerith's first love. So the whole thing with Zack is made to be seen in Crisis Core Final Fantasy VII, where you play as Zack, who becomes the first soldier. He becomes the first person to essentially find out that Shinra is actually a terrible corporation, tries to convince Cloud to leave Soldier after he becomes a first class. He ends up leaving and joining Avalanche. Avalanche destroys the Shinra Mako reactor in Midgard, but an attack on another reactor goes wrong. Cloud falls into the city slums. That was the beginning of the game. Everybody knows about that one. That's how he meets Aerith. Not exactly going to go through the plot here, but we're just basically doing this to see the evolution of Final Fantasy. That's what we're going to be doing with everything else, like Terminator, Indiana Jones, etc., etc. We already showed this. So yeah, you have essentially your one-winged angel in Sephiroth, and you have Genova, who is supposedly his mother, which you find out Sephiroth is just essentially a superhuman experiment, not exactly human. We'll go ahead and go in with the opening for Final Fantasy VII. Just remember, if you're enjoying the stream, be sure to hit the like button. It helps with the algorithm, and it shows YouTube that you're enjoying the content that you're watching. It's my first time doing something like this. It's different from my normal stuff that I do, but I want to start doing content like this, creating evergreen content for the channel that has nothing to do with the normal content that I do. Welcome to the Final Fantasy 101 PCP University lecture, says Chloe. Welcome in. We're currently on Final Fantasy VII. We still have to move through all the mainline entries. Might take a little longer than I expected, but we'll get through it. So you first kind of see Aerith for the first time. Oh yeah. She of course almost gets hit by the likes. Like I said, for copyright purposes, I have to essentially pause everything, but this is one of the more famous openings that people enjoy about Final Fantasy VII. And this is, of course, where the gameplay starts. Jokes aside, I'm late. Phone trouble, no worries. Yeah, lore is good. Also, world building is handy for fantasy settings. Hell yeah. So of course you have, I believe that's supposed to be Biggs right there. As you get those a soldier, that's of course Jesse that comes off the train. Kicks that guy. There's Wedge. All people that are part of Avalanche, along with Barrett, who's this guy right here. I never noticed before the beginning of the song is giving me Metroid vibes. Hell yeah. Oh shit. I played a bit of this one, but remastered. Yeah, this is how it looked originally on the PS1. Suplex the train, says Baby Chewbacca, who's one of our new members that were gifted by Ray Child. Also, if you haven't seen the Final Fantasy 101 PCP lecture, watch it. It's great. There's also Kingdom Hearts and a Christian. Oh god. And they're all fun. Awesome. And of course, your main protagonist with Cloud right here. Rip Biggs and Wedge from Final Fantasy 6 and 7. Yeah. Yeah, but and of course, they completely changed that in the remake. They completely changed that in the remake of Final Fantasy 7, where Biggs and Wedge actually live, from what I can tell, because I played up to like chapter 4 or 5, so I could be missing stuff. Also, they made Jesse a complete horn dog in the remake as well. That's another thing they did. They made her a complete horn dog in the remake. Let's see here. What was I doing now? Talked about the synopsis. Showed all the logo, the intro. Biggs and Wedge from Six didn't die. They got transported to the Chrono Trigger universe. Yeah, Chrono Trigger is fucking awesome. Chrono Trigger is awesome. You can see it actually right there too. You can actually see it there. Where is it? Here. Chrono Trigger is awesome. It's another one of those hidden gems. Like I know a lot of people know about Chrono Trigger, but there are a lot of people who probably haven't played Chrono Trigger. So you had your basic, with your horn dogs and corn dogs. That ain't mustard sauce. Watch your step. I'm just saying. So you had your basic customization of you being able to slot materia, change your weapons, your armor, your accessories, slot materia, gain new magic through materia, all that good stuff. It's pretty basic system. So yeah, those are all new. Those are kind of the materia system was just basically the newest system that they added into a Final Fantasy game. It's the first time it's ever been used. Hasn't really been used as much since then, but it's pretty unique to Final Fantasy 7. Yeah. So you know how it goes. I would love to show the air scene, but for people who haven't, I'm sure the game is pretty old. It's like 20 years old at least, but there might be still people that might want to be playing it in the chat. It's kind of the whole point, showing the lore and everything with this. But like I said, we have Crisis Core, you had Dirge of Cerberus, and of course you had the Final Fantasy VII Advent Children movie as well, which was set to be after the events of the game. 2 years, in fact. 2 years after Final Fantasy VII. Focuses on the appearance of a trio that kidnaps children affected with an unexplained disease. Final Fantasy 7-year-old Cloud Strife, suffering from the same disease, goes to rescue children. He discovers that the trio plan to resurrect the villain Sephiroth using the remains of the extraterrestrial villain Genova, and he and his compatriots from the game fight to stop them, like Tifa, Barrett, Vincent Valentine, Red 13, all those characters. I do have two. I have this in 4K, and I have it also the original collector's edition. So, Final Fantasy VII Advent Children is a 2005 Japanese computer animated film directed by Tetsuya Nomura, written by Kazushige Nojima. I recommend this movie. I think it's very, very good. I watched it in Japanese the first time, and I watched it in English the second time I watched it. Like, this is how big Final Fantasy VII was, that they made multiple other types of media. They made Dirge of Cerberus, Final Fantasy VII. They made Crisis Core, Final Fantasy VII, which was a prequel, and then they made Advent Children, which was a sequel. Great movie, says Rafe Child. Yes, it is. Can't wait for Chrono Trigger HD 2D by the Octopath / Live Alive team. By the way, not explicitly confirmed, but every leaker on the sun says it's happening. Yeah, they said that was going to be shown in the last Nintendo Direct. They said it was either going to be Super Mario RPG remake or Chrono Trigger, which it turned out to be Super Mario RPG. I'm fine with either one. Developed by Visual Works and Square Enix, Advent Children is part of the compilation of Final Fantasy VII series of media, which is based in the world and continuity of the highly successful 1997 role-playing video game Final Fantasy VII. So yeah, they had Japanese and English voice actors. I found, of course, the bootleg back then, which was this was the Japanese theatrical release poster, which Tifa was still a badass, no matter what. They still managed to make her a badass. George Newbern was the English voice actor for Cloud. He's also the English voice actor of Superman from the Justice League animated series. Just to give you a little history about that one. So the setting is Advent Children takes place 2 years following the events of the 1997 RPG Final Fantasy VII, during which the antagonist Sephiroth attempted to absorb the life stream, the lifeblood and soul of the planet, and be reborn as a god. He was defeated by Cloud Strife and his companions. Still, Sephiroth's final spell, Meteor, destroyed the city of Midgar. Since the end of the game, the survivors of Midgar found the new city of Edge, where Cloud and his childhood friend Tifa Lockhart now run a courier service and are the caretakers of an orphan, Denzel, and the adopted daughter of Barrett Wallace, Marlene. Due to feeling guilty for failing to save Aerith, which, like I said, people want to play that, Cloud has recently moved out and isolated himself from his friends. The story also portrays that many people, including Cloud and Denzel, are infected with a mysterious disease known as geostigma, which has no known cure. Atomic N, what's up? How you doing? Square really doubling down on 7. They making board and card games now. Well, the card game is essentially it's a Final Fantasy card game, so it involves all the Final Fantasy. I have actually some cards on my desk from said Final Fantasy card game. So it's actually consistent of all of it. So they've had a Final Fantasy card game for quite some time now. It's not a new thing. It's been around for a little while now. So yeah, like you have Celeste. Like I'll just quickly remove this. So you've got like Celeste, Uke. You got an Onion. You got an Onion Knight. Got a bunch of different things. Lan, which is from the world of Final Fantasy. Leo. You have you got Vincent, Chadley. Got a bunch of different little cards here. So got a Cactor. So yeah, it's not a new thing. Heavy Armored Soldier EX. Not a new thing really, but they just kind of have that stuff. Any World of Final Fantasy 2, it says Chloe. I need to play Final Fantasy World of Final Fantasy. I have it. I have a physical copy of it for the Xbox. I need to actually play that game. But Cloud's contacted Tifa and summoned to a meeting with the Shinra company's former president, Rufus Shinra, who's presumed killed in Final Fantasy VII. Rufus asked for Cloud's help to stop Kazaj, Laz, and Yazoo. The trio is the physical manifestation of Sephiroth's surviving spirit. They're seeking to resurrect him using the remains of extraterrestrial villain Genova. He refuses to help and leaves. Cloud refuses to help and leaves. So, yeah, I highly recommend Final Fantasy VII Advent Children if you're interested in more lore of Final Fantasy VII. The card game in 7 never made any sense to me. Great game, a lot like Shin Megami Tensei, and I love those. Well, I've never played Shin Megami Tensei either, so Although I've been meaning to grab Shin Megami Tensei 3 Nocturne and 5, but Shin Megami Tensei is just one of those series I've never really played. Same thing with Dragon Quest. So I've played Kingdom Hearts. I played the crap out of Kingdom Hearts, but not Dragon Quest or Shin Megami Tensei or even Xenoblade for that matter. So now we're gonna move along to Final Fantasy VIII, which came out in 1999 actually. So 2 years after Final Fantasy VII came out, Final Fantasy VIII came out for the PS1. AC, oh yeah, Adventure Class. Nope, never played Persona either. Just more games that are in my list. Have you played Persona games? I highly recommend Dragon Quest. I've been meaning to play Dragon Quest 11 and Persona 3, 4, and 5. It's all loaded on my Xbox. I'm trying to get to it. So much on my plate and I'm doing so many different things. So I'm way behind on my RPG stuff. But I've played Kingdom Hearts 1, 2, Chain of Memories, and 3. So I've been meaning to get to Birth by Sleep. Kingdom Hearts 2, FM was a beast. Phenom Zero is a fake gamer girl confirmed. So there's that. Of course, moving over to, of course, Final Fantasy VIII. Starting with Final Fantasy VIII. Final Fantasy VIII changed up the system a little bit. They had the card system and they had I had one system where you would slot materia and stuff. I didn't really care for it. Definitely did not age well in my opinion. I'm still working on that game. I'm 3/4 of the way done, and once I finish that, we'll get over it essentially to Final Fantasy IX. I like Big Barts, and I cannot lie, says Baby Chewbacca. Junction, yeah, there we go. Junction system. That's what it was. Junction system. So of course, Final Fantasy VIII is a 1999 RPG developed and published still by Square, still called Squaresoft. It's got 4 discs. It's fun but weird. 8th main installment in the Final Fantasy series, set in an unnamed fantasy world with science fiction elements. The game follows a group of young mercenaries led by Squall Leonhardt as they are drawn into a conflict sparked by a sorceress named Idia Kramer, who seized control of a powerful military state. Which essentially the story of this game is they're sending a bunch of children to fight a war. Essentially is what they're doing. They're sending a bunch of school children that are learning the magical arts and learning how to fight into war, into a full-out war against essentially a person who can time travel, a magical sorceress being that can time travel. During the quest to defeat the sorceress and the forces manipulate her, Squall struggles with his role as a leader and develops a romance with one of his comrades, Renoa Hartley, which is this person right here, and this is of course Cypher, his rival. I love Final Fantasy. A good use of the junction system breaks the game in half, and it's glorious. Okay. The game builds on during the development began in 1997. So basically, while Final Fantasy VII was done, during the English localization of Final Fantasy VII, the game builds on the visual changes brought to the series by 7, including the use of 3D graphics and pre-rendered backgrounds, while also departing from many Final Fantasy traditions. It is the first Final Fantasy, of course, to use realistically proportioned characters, consistently feature a vocal piece as its theme music, and forego the use of magical points for spellcasting. Final Fantasy was well received by critics. The game was a commercial success, grossing $151 million in its first release in Japan and more than $50 million during its first 13 weeks in North America, making it the fastest selling Final Fantasy title until Final Fantasy XIII, the multi-platform release. It was ported a bunch of times. I finally did get it on the Xbox One. Fun gameplay, junction system, acid trip storyline. For me, 8 improved on things that 7 had lacking, but sacrificed other important things. Fair enough, fair enough. Of course, like the previous games, it consists of 3 modes of play: world map, field map, and battle screen. This is your ID, the idea of the battle screen right here. As you can see, it still has the time base, like I've been saying. You have your attack, you draw Guardian Force and Magic, which you can customize this essentially to whatever you want. For Final Fantasy VIII, however, Hiroyuki Ito designed a battle system based on summoned monsters called Guardian Forces, which in my opinion was super OP because you could constantly cast them until they died. Essentially, that's their health bar right here. I thought it was super OP. Eyes on Me is perfection. And if you're talking about are you talking about the uh the ballroom scene? Is that the one you're talking about? Played through it twice. Second time with walkthrough to get everything. Nice mini card game. Yeah, it's a pretty easy card game. I'm working on getting all the cards in that game too. Abbreviated in game as GF. Assigning junctioning as a GF onto a character allows the player to use battle commands beyond attack, with the main weapons such as Magic, Guardian Force to have a junction Guardian Force perform an action and item. Previous titles provided each character with a limited pool of magic points that were consumed by each spell. In Final Fantasy VIII, spells were acquired by drawing, either from enemies in battle. Draw points distributed throughout the environments or by refining items and cards. Spells are then stocked on characters as quantified inventory, up to 100 per spell and limited to 32 distinct spells per character, and are consumed by one. Characters can also use your junction system, these spells onto their statistics, such as strength, vitality, and luck for various bonuses, provided the character has a junction Guardian Force. The junction system's flexibility affords the player a wide range of customization. Oh, the actual song, okay. These expand the mechanics for summons, where a departure for the series of previous titles, summons were relegated to a single action during battle. The junction system will also act as a substitute for armor and accessories, which I didn't really like, which is another reason why I hated Final Fantasy X too, which were used in earlier games to modify character statistics. Moreover, earlier titles require weapons to be equipped and tailored to the character. Each major character in Final Fantasy VIII features a unique weapon which can be upgraded, affecting its appearance, power, and limit break. So yeah, so they had essentially a blacksmith system where you would upgrade your weapons to be better weapons and so on and so on. As in Final Fantasy VII, characters in 8 have unique abilities called limit breaks, which range from powerful attacks to support spells. While characters in Final Fantasy VII receive limit breaks after incurring significant damage, in 8 limit breaks become available only at low health hit points under normal circumstances. I actually didn't like that too much. The magic spell aura increases the probability of limit breaks appearing regardless of a character's remaining hit points, while various status afflictions can prevent limit breaks. Final Fantasy VII still has the same exact experience system as previous games. So nothing much has changed. We'll go ahead and show the opening for this. Again, music is still awesome. I still love the music. No matter what I think about a particular Final Fantasy game, the music never ceases to amaze me. But what we actually want is this. This is what we actually want to see. Apparently it's been upscaled to 8K 60 FPS. The towns and cities were beautiful, says Thomas Smith. Still one of the best cinematic openings ever, in my opinion. Welcome in, Royal Wolf 7. Appreciate you being here. So he had a weapon called a Gunblade. That's, of course, Edea. saw my dudes. That, of course, explains why he has the car on his face. So you can see the side-by-side, apparently, of these two. Now we're gonna actually go through. We'll show the ballroom scene in Final Fantasy VIII because it's pretty iconic. Would you want Final Fantasy games on a Nintendo Switch, or is there a certain console to play them on? What would you prefer? Well, you can play. You can play all the games remastered on PlayStation, Switch. The end of this game is a clusterfuck, by the way. Yeah, that's what I heard. I haven't finished it, like I said. But you can play, of course, through emulation. You can play 7, 8, 9. You can play all of them basically through emulation. You can play the remastered versions of 1 through 6. They had the remastered version of 7, 8, and 9 on everything on Xbox, Switch, PlayStation. You can play 10 and 10, 2 and 12 on Switch. And you can also play them on Steam. That's right. You can also play them on Steam. They got the Pixel remasters. They got 7, 8, 9, 10, 2, 10 and 10, 2, 12. You can play. I don't know if 13 is on Steam. I'm not sure about that one. I know 14 is not on stream. Yay, PlayStation is hope for me. So on PlayStation, they have the Pixel remasters 7, 8, 9, 10 and 10, 2, which are remasters. They have 12 remaster. They have 13, 1, 2, and 3 of 13 because there's a trilogy. And they also have 14 and they have 15, and then 16 is on PS5 only right now. Switch is a good choice. The only game missing is the 13 trilogy. I never understood how Cypher could cut Odin in half. Excuse me. The reason that Cypher could cut Odin in half is because he was basically being controlled by the sorceress, not Edea, the other sorceress. Well, she was controlled by Edea, who was controlled by the other sorceress, who gave him all that power in order to do that. So that's how that happened. That's because the second half of the game is all a hallucination of Squall dying with an icicle going through his chest. And the MMOs, of course, yes. I'm looking forward to Final Fantasy 1 to 10 in the meantime. Yeah. Type 0, yes. Type 0 HD came out. It was a Ultimecia. There you go. Yeah, Ultimecia. Like I said, it's been a while since I played 8. Ultimecia, yeah. Type 0 came out originally on the PSP. They made an HD version for the PS4 and Xbox One. I do have the physical copy of Type 0. I bought that game day 1, so I have the day 1 edition of that game. Switch even has Final Fantasy 15 Pocket Edition. Haven't played that version, but it's a thing. It's essentially Final Fantasy 15, but with chibi graphics. I thought Type 0 was a mess. No, there's actually a game called Final Fantasy Type -0 HD. It's on PS4 and Xbox One. I don't think it's on Switch though. Of course, you have the ballroom scene, the famous ballroom dance scene. I believe this is the original version, the way it looks. I think the remaster version looks better. So you can see this is the remastered version of it, where she basically wants to walk over and dance with Squall because he's just the hard ass. Thanks for the tips, Where? Oh, Where to play Final Fantasy? Yeah, no problem. Type 0 always underlooked, but I liked it. It had that element of, I think, you lose characters if they die in battle, kind of like a Fire Emblem. My finger pressed too early. Damn, Ree. So yeah, you had the famous ballroom scene. He was kind of like a Skull was kind of like this. Oh, I don't care about anything. I don't care about nobody type character. Just wanted to be to himself type character, which is something that people didn't like about Squall, but they liked the way he looked. The ladies back then liked the way Squall looked, even though he looked like a bunch of pixelated nonsense. Somehow, ladies found him attractive. That's also the remaster. What the freak? This is the original one. Oh, here. So yeah, there were ladies back then. If I could then skip it. Oh, I skipped it, but it looks so funny, like the way they look. Still the special edition Type Zero. Haven't played it yet. You're the most handsome guy here. Oh yeah, yeah. She does say that. She does say that. Come on. Let me guess. You'll only dance with someone you like. Looks like a Quasimodo. Yeah, she's doing this weird. I can't dance. Yeah, so you had the famous ballroom scene here. It's basically like a follow your lead type thing, all that stuff. It's also it's a famous scene in this game that people talk about constantly when they talk about this game. So, that's the end of it. I'm gonna get this workout in. Hell yeah! I had to get my workout in before I started the stream. Back later. It's actually a bad translation. Can't remember what he really is supposed to say, but he's not supposed to be that cold and aloof. Even though technically she's dating Cypher at that time. Yes, that's true. Glad I'm not a horse. The sprained ankle in horse world is a death penalty. Yep. Oh man. Yep. So the ballroom scene is like one of the more famous, like I said, the most famous scene that people talk about when they refer to Final Fantasy VIII. Now we're going to move on to Final Fantasy IX. See how that evolved again. Final Fantasy IX had that card game, triple was it triple triads? Which one? I think Tetramaster. Tetramaster was 9. Triple triads was 8. Triple triads was 8. That was the card game for Final Fantasy VIII was triple triads. So where's my Final Fantasy IX logo? So now we're moving on to Final Fantasy IX. Now Final Fantasy IX did age well from what I've seen. And Final Fantasy IX was, of course, you play as a bunch of thieves trying to kidnap the princess, and then you find out it's worse. The world is worse than it is. So move on to Final Fantasy IX. It apparently came out in 2000. Final Fantasy IX is a 2000 RPG developed and published by Square. We all know that's the ninth game in the entry. The plot focuses on a war between nations in a medieval fantasy world called Gaia. Again, same name that was used in Final Fantasy VI. Players follow a thief named Zidane Tribal who kidnaps Princess Garnet as part of a ploy by a neighboring nation of Lindblum. He joins Garnet and a growing cast of characters on a quest to take down her mother, Queen Brienne of Alexandria, who started the war. Which originally in the game she's called Dagger until later on you find out her name is Garnet. Yay, let's lock out all our best stuff behind the pocket station. Shame Royal Wolf is gonna miss the Final Fantasy X section. I love Final Fantasy X the most. Yeah, that's my favorite as well. Wheels and Sea of Stars put all the Final Fantasy card games to shame. Best RPG minigame ever. I need to play Sea of Stars more. It's another game on my list that recently came out that I want to play. But then Lies of P and Payday 3 have taken my game time. So the game development occurred in parallel with Final Fantasy VIII, envisioned by developers as a retrospective for the series. It departed from the futuristic settings of Final Fantasy VI, 7, and 8 and returned to the medieval style of the earlier games. Consequently, it draws heavy influence from the original Final Fantasy and features allusions to the rest of the series. The game introduced new features to the series despite this approach, such as the ATE, Active Time Event, cutscenes, Mognet, and skill systems. Final Fantasy IX was the last game in the main series, whose music was composed solely by Nobuo Uematsu. In Final Fantasy IX, the player navigates the character through the game world, exploring areas and interactive NPCs. Most of the game occurs on field screens consisting of pre-rendered backgrounds representing towns and dungeons. To aid exploration on the field screen, Final Fantasy IX introduces the field icon, which is this right here, this exclamation mark. An exclamation mark appearing over the lead character's head, indicating a point of interest. Players speak with Moogles to record their progress, recover their energy, and purchase items. An extensive optional quest involves sending and receiving letters from Moogles and other NPCs via Mognet and in-game postal service. Oh, this was the North American. This was the North American cover art for Final Fantasy IX. I still have my Final Fantasy IX. I don't know where I put it, but I do still have it. Final Fantasy X is where I first learned about this world. My sister played the hell out of it. Yeah, I own 3 copies of Final Fantasy X. That's how much I love that game. I own it for the original PS2. I own it for the PS3 because I wanted the special edition with the art book. And then I played it again and bought it again for the Xbox One when that remaster came out for the Xbox. So this basic plot: Final Fantasy IX takes place primarily in a world named Gaia. Most of Gaia's population lives on the Mist continent, named after the thick mist that blankets the lowlands. Large mountain ranges act as natural borders that separates 4 nations: Alexandria, Lindblum, Burmecia, and Clara. Alexandria is a warmongering monarchy that controls the eastern half of the continent. One of the cities is Treno, a cultural nexus under perpetual starlight that is a home to many aristocrats and paupers alike. The technologically advanced Lindblum, a hub of airship travel, is nestled on a plateau to the southwest. Both countries feature a mix of humans, humanoids, and anthropomorphic animals. Burmecia, a kingdom showered by endless rain, is in the northwest. Clara, a neighboring settlement that seceded from Burmecia due to its appreciation for war, situated in a giant tree in the desert protected by a sandstorm. I have Final Fantasy X on PS2, PS3, PS4, Switch, and Xbox One. I don't even own an Xbox. Get on my level, nooblet. Okay. Eventually, I'll get it for Switch when it's like $10. I have physical copies of PS2, PS3, and Xbox One. Are you that lucky? Players eventually explore the outer, lost, and forgotten continents as well. In Alexandria, Zidane and Tantalus kidnap Princess Garnet by order of Cid. Garnet does not resist, for she was already planning to flee and warn Cid of Queen Brain's increasingly erratic behavior. Yeah, she was already planning to leave the city of Alexandria. Scenes to show: sword fight and play at the beginning at Castle, turning into Alexandria. Barely remember 9 apart from the pocket station stuff and a big unkillable ball. Yep, we'll show the opening of Final Fantasy IX. Didn't realize how long this would take for me to do this stuff, but we'll go opening theme. Giant airship coming in hot. So yeah, Alexandria, Burmecia, Treno, all the different like cities, Clara. So that's the beginning. That's the opening of Final Fantasy IX. rest of this stuff is. I don't think it's even part of the opening. I do want to show the castle though, the castle opening part. It's Doom, says Nimbus. Maybe Chewbacca got me beat. Yeah, well, I have Final Fantasy X on my fridge, microwave, and toaster. Okay, got me beat for sure. That's Garnet right there. Later, Nimbus, have a good one, buddy. Hell yeah. I got 10 on my phone. Anything with Android can run it if it's powerful enough, says Atomic N. Little Vivi. All right. So let me see what did Nimbus say. Sword fighting the play in the beginning. My precious Vivi. Probably this. That's the sword fight you remember talking about. Tech VV is too pure, both in Final Fantasy IX and older Final Fantasy. Sword fight that he was talking about. What's the other one? Castle turning into Alexander. I think it's probably just going to show the summon. That's what I figured. Oh, Princess Garnet's escaped. Oof, that had to hurt, Steiner. That had to hurt. For sure, had to hurt. Don't trust Avivi, it's a nobody. That's true. It's true. It is a nobody in Kingdom Hearts 2. That is 100% correct. All right. So now we're going to be moving on to, of course, the best Final Fantasy, in my opinion. Which is, of course, Final Fantasy X. I'm going to move over to Final Fantasy X. Talk about the greatness that is Final Fantasy X. Hell yeah, boy. Just check and make sure I don't have any direct donos or any super chats or anything. Final Fantasy X, aka Twitter. Just making sure I don't miss anything. Miss any new channel members or miss any Streamlabs donations. And of course, if you're here and you're enjoying the stream, be sure to hit the like button, push it through the algorithm. Appreciate it. And if you're new here, be sure you hit subscribe for more episodes. So of course we'll have Final Fantasy X, greatest Final Fantasy ever made. Just gonna pull that up very quick right here. Of course, you have the main character Titus, who is an awesome character, as much as he's a crybaby because his father was an abusive person, and yet he still manages to find joy and happiness in a girl named Yuna. So, of course, Final Fantasy VII, Final Fantasy X is a role-playing game developed and published by Square, which is still in the SquareSoft era of this franchise. Originally released in 2001 for PlayStation 2, so a year after Final Fantasy IX was released in 2000. They seem to be pumping these out nowadays very, very slowly, where they used to pump these things out almost every year. Because I believe Final Fantasy 11 came out in like 2002, 2003. The game was re-released as Final Fantasy 10, 10 2 HD Remaster, PlayStation 3 and Vita, PlayStation 4, Windows, Switch, and Xbox One. The game marks the Final Fantasy series transition from entirely pre-rendered backgrounds to fully three-dimensional areas, though some areas were still pre-rendered. It's also the first in the series to feature voice acting. Yep, it is the first game to feature voice acting, which my copy of Final Fantasy X that I do own for the PlayStation 2 is signed by the English voice actors of Titus and Riku. Final Fantasy X replaces the ATB system with the conditional turn-based system and uses a new leveling system called the Spear Grid, which was very controversial when it first came out. The Spear Grid, people didn't really understand it too well, didn't understand how it worked, but it grew on people and they finally understood it. Set in the fantasy world of Spira, a setting influenced by the South Pacific, Thailand, and Japan, the game's story revolves around a group of adventurers and their quest to defeat a rampaging monster known as Sin, which is essentially a giant monster composed of all the evilness sins that people commit. You just show both the Otherworld intro and the Suteki Dani scene. So the scenes I will be showing will be the intro that plays the opening song, the date scene, which is what I assume is the Suteki Dane scene you're referring to, and the Otherworld intro, which I assume is the part where Sin is absolutely destroying everything and sucking everything up. James Arnold Taylor is insanely good as a voice actor. I was shocked to hear he was Obi-Wan Kenobi in the Clone Wars. Yes, he was. It's quite a few people, actually. The player character is Titus. I say Titus. I don't care what anyone says. People say it's Titus. I say Titus. Titus sounds better. A star athlete in the fictional sport of blitzball, which is a sport. It's essentially underwater soccer, is what blitzball is. The best way to describe it is underwater soccer, but way cooler. Finds himself in Spira after Sin attacked his home city of Xanarkand. Shortly after arriving into Spira, Titus becomes a guardian to the summer Yuna to destroy Sin upon learning its true identity that is that of his missing father, Jecht. Development of Final Fantasy X began in 1999 with a budget of more than $32.3 million, $56.7 million $2022, and a team of more than 100 people. The game was the first in the main series not entirely scored by Nobuo Uematsu. Masashi Hamauzu and Junya Nakano were signed as Uematsu's fellow composers. Final Fantasy X was both a critical and commercial success, shipping over 8.5 million units worldwide on PlayStation 2. Considered one of the greatest video games of all time, in my opinion, is true. It was followed by Final Fantasy X-2 in March of 2003, which was a complete joke, making it the first Final Fantasy game to have a direct game sequel, with more games having sequels as well. As of September 2021, the Final Fantasy X series has sold over 20 million units worldwide, and at the end of March 2022 has passed 21.1 million. Yeah, that's what I figured it was. 10 had the best of openings. I agree, 100%. So yeah, we're gonna show the opening with the Return to Xanarkand piano playing. We'll show the blitzball scene and with that awesome music, and of course the underwater date scene. Far better than soccer, absolutely. You'll see something. You'll see what it is. Like previous games in the series, Final Fantasy X is presented in a third-person perspective, with players directly navigating the main character Titus around the world to interact with objects and people. Unlike previous games, however, the world and town maps have been fully integrated with terrain outside of cities rendered to scale. As Titus explores the world, he randomly encounters enemies. When an enemy is encountered, the environment switches to a turn-based battle where characters and enemies await their turn to attack. The gameplay of Final Fantasy X differs from that of previous Final Fantasy games in its lack of a top-down perspective world map. Speaking of that section, since it's just after the wedding section, I just want to say I put a lot of money into having a similar dress as Yuna. I love it. 10-2 nearly destroyed 10's legacy. Absolutely. I agree 100%. It made Blitzball trash. The equipment system was terrible. But we will show the great scene in the beginning of 10-2 because it's very iconic in my opinion. Other than that, 10-2 is pretty terrible. I don't see why people love that game after playing the first 10. I really don't see how people believe that game to be good. Like previous games in the series, Final Fantasy X features numerous minigames, including the underwater sport Blitzball. Final Fantasy X introduces the conditional turn-based battle system, which is this over here, which is what you see right here. That's this thing over here. So it shows different player characters. It shows the enemy, then it shows your character, the bosses. It shows you exactly who is going. Rather than seeing a bar fill up, you have this. Makes it far easier to track. In place of the series' traditional ATB system first used in Final Fantasy IV, whereas the ATB constantly features real-time elements, the conditional turn-based battle system is a turn-based format that pauses the battle during each of the player's turns. Thus, the CTB design allows the player to select an action without time pressure. Right. And of course, you have the spear grid. As with previous titles in the series, players can develop and improve their characters by defeating enemies and acquiring items through the traditional experience point system is replaced by a new system called the spear grid. Instead of characters getting predetermined statistical bonuses for their attributes after leveling up, each character gains spear levels after collecting enough ability points. Spear levels allow players to move across the spear grid, a predetermined grid of interconnected nodes consisting of statistic and ability bonuses. Spheres are applied to those nodes, unlocking its function for the selected character. Which is kind of what I said earlier, that it doesn't trap you in one job type of system. It basically every character can learn every single thing on the spear grid. I never actually played through it with the expert spear grid. I used the normal spear grid. What do you mean you didn't enjoy the LeBlanc message? No. I forgot about that. The LeBlanc, oh god, LeBlanc message. Oh, gross. Settings, of course, a plot. Final Fantasy X is set in the fictional world of Spira, consisting of one of the large landmass divided into 3 subcontinents, surrounded by small tropical islands. It features diverse climates, ranging from the tropical Besaid and Kilika Islands to the temperature of Mihen region to the frigid Macalania and Mount Gagazet areas. Spira is very different from the mainly European-style worlds found in previous Final Fantasy games, being much more closely modeled in Southeast Asia, most notably with respect to vegetation, topography, architecture, and names. Spira features a variety of races, though predominantly populated by humans. Among them are the Albed, a technologically advanced but disenfranchised subgroup of humans with distinctive green eyes and unique language. The Guado, which are less human in appearance with elongated fingers. Still less human are the lion-like Ronzo and the frog-like Hypelo. There are 7 main playable characters, starting with Titus, who is James Arnold Taylor. I've actually met the Japanese voice actor of Titus as well. I forgot about that. A cheerful young teenager and star blitzball player from Zanarkand who seeks a way home after an encounter with Sin transported him to Spira. To do so, he joins Yuna, a summoner on the journey to obtain the final Aeon and defeat the enormous whale-like Sin. Journeying with them is Kamari Ronzo, who is apparently John DiMaggio. I never knew that. I've met him too. A young warrior of the Ronzo tribe who watched over Yuna during her childhood. Waka, who is also DiMaggio, which I forgot about that too. A blitzball player whose younger brother was killed by Sin, and Lulu, a stoic black mage close to Yuna and Waka. During the journey, they are joined by Orin, a former warrior monk who worked with both Titus's and Yuna's fathers to defeat Sin 10 years prior, and Riku is Terra Strong, Yuna's cousin, a perky. I didn't even know Riku is Yuna's cousin. A perky Albed girl and the first friendly person Titus meets upon arriving Spira, which in this game, be right back. No problem. So I know in this game that, of course, Waka dislikes the Albed race up until the point where he finds out that Yuna is actually half Albed. Daily reminder that Kamari and Waka are Bender from Futurama. Yes. I've met John DiMaggio quite a few times. He's also Marcus Phoenix from Gears of War. He's also Jake the Dog from Adventure Time. So, just some fun facts about John DiMaggio. So yes, we'll get return to Xanarkin, Final Fantasy X opening cutscene. We will pull up the dates scene, Final Fantasy X. Yeah, I don't need all of that scene. Yeah, we'll get that, and we'll get this. We'll start, of course, with the opening. We'll start, of course, with the opening of Final Fantasy X, which is like has one of the greatest songs. I've actually tried to learn how to play this song on piano. It's actually pretty hard. Which is, it's kind of interesting that this actually happens like very close to the end of the game, and then they show this at the beginning of the game. Very, very, very good. So you got Riku here, you got Lulu there, big chested lady. Love it. It's fantastic. You have Walker right here. You have Orin right there. Kimari here. Other world class song. Don't worry, we'll get there. We've got this one, we've got the date scene, and we've got the yeah, we've got it all. Don't worry. I remember. I think I got a claim one time for using the date scene. But yeah, we'll get to it. It's borderline criminal that Theater Rhythm Final Bar Line locked this song behind the deluxe edition. But whatever, I got it. Of course. Someday I'll pull out my keyboard and learn how to play this game. Same with Eyes on Me while I'm at it.
Listen to my story. Our last chance.
Fantastic. And then after that, we'll be showing this. Great game, by the way. What game? Final Fantasy X? Yes. You're talking about Theater Rhythm? I have no idea. It's fantastic. Everybody flooding in to see the master star, the big star player of Titus from the Xanarkin Aves. Of course, the Xanarkin Aves. Enter Orin, of course. Here comes Finn, right there. Headbanging. It's the famous deck shot. Smoking cigarettes. It's crazy. Shame neither were in Final Fantasy 15. Car would have made traveling better. Headbanging. Yeah. That's when it came out for the PS3. And then, of course, we have the illustrious date scene. Yes, we do. The underwater date scene. Oh my god, this is gonna get copyrighted so badly. Get copyrighted so hard. Jackshot 5, the one where he misses it. Yeah. I had the Jack shot when I played it for the remaster. Oh yeah, what it was, I streamed this on Twitch and they blocked this song. When I streamed this game on Twitch, they blocked the entire scene. Like they deleted the entire scene from my playthrough. This entire scene, they deleted it from my playthrough. It was like just blank, and then once the scene ended, it went back to showing the game. I was so mad about that. But that was when I was using, and that's when I was streaming the game directly from my Xbox to Twitch. That was before I had a capture card. So that sucked. That absolutely sucked. That was horrible. But yeah, this is back when ladies get you a man. Wait, what? Ladies get you a man willing to do this with you. Oh yeah. Well, that is true. That is true. I just realized, damn, I haven't looked at my phone all day. Damn. About time. About freaking time. Yeah. I just have to mention, of course, Final Fantasy X-2. I don't want to mention it, but I have to. Unfortunately. X-2, super quick. Direct sequel to Final Fantasy X was a complete flop. I hated most of it. Story was lame. The equipment system was terrible. Blitzball was awful. But the only thing that came out of that, of course, was the opening scene to Final Fantasy X-2 with real emotion. That's literally the only thing that I care about in the entire game. Literally the only thing I care about is this. This is literally the only thing.
Y-R-P in position. It's showtime, girls.
It's the only thing I care about. Personally, I love Final Fantasy X too. I couldn't. I played it all the way through. I think I got to like, I think I got like 85% completion, and I finished the game, and I said, no, I'm good. I wanted to get the 100% to see the real true ending. The fact that they locked the true ending behind that was kind of lame. This is literally the only thing I care about. I'll probably eventually go back and try to 100% it. I'll suffer through it and get 100%. But man, oof. The only thing I care about. Opening and true ending, only things to take away from it. Yeah, it's pretty much. I agree. It's the only part. This is the only part of the game I liked. Moving on. Moving on. Misa back, so you just missed the entire Final Fantasy X section. I already went through it. Unfortunately, you missed the entire Final Fantasy X stuff. You can always rewatch it. It's not like the. It's not like the. It's not like the stream won't be live. You can always rewatch it. So. Oh wait, hold on. Oh thing. Yep. Moving on. Moving on. Moving on to Final Fantasy XI Online, which was their first crack at building an MMO world. Of the two concepts, definitely thought 1,000 Words was better. I don't know. I like the Shuyi Len story. I got you. Oh no, let me rewatch it. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah. So Final Fantasy XI, of course, was their first crack at online MMO. I thought it was weird that they released a Final Fantasy MMO, and then I played it and I loved it so much. Came on the original PS2, which you needed a hard disk drive in order to actually play the game, to install all the game data, and eventually it got released to PC and Xbox 360 at a certain point. And now the game no longer exists except on PC. I'm amazed the 11 servers are still going. Yeah, because there's people that still play it, and there's also private servers too. 1,000 Words was better now that I think about it. I liked it too. I really liked Real Emotion. It was a good one. So of course, Final Fantasy XI Online was known as an MMORPG, and this was the first game that was released under the Square Enix brand. This was the point where yeah, the game was the first MMORPG to offer cross-platform play between PlayStation 2 and PC. It was later released for the Xbox 360 in April of 2006, which at a certain point you no longer needed Xbox Live Gold to play this game online. You just had to pay for the monthly subscription to play it. Yep, and then that was the hard disk drive that had the Ethernet port or phone line port that you had to plug in. Story set in the fantasy world of Vanadil, where player created avatars can both compete and cooperate in a variety of objectives to develop an assortment of job skills and earn in-game item rewards. Players can undertake an array of quests and progress through the in-game hierarchy and through the major plot of the game since its debut in 2002. 5 expansion packs have been released along with 6 add-on scenarios. Each expansion pack and add-on brings a new major storyline for the Final Fantasy XI world, along with numerous areas, quests, events, and item rewards. In 2015, Square Enix released the final main scenario of Final Fantasy XI titled Rhapsodies of Vanadil. Final Fantasy XI became the final active server on the PlayStation 2 online service. Support for the PlayStation 2 and 360 versions will ultimately end on March 31st, 2016, leaving only the PC platform playable. There's a mobile client. In May of 2022, rumors had circulated that Final Fantasy XI may soon be shutting down. Yoji Fujito released a statement knowing that this was not the case and users should not worry about the services being shut down anytime soon. I'm angry, Lalafell, by the way. Christ, I actually typed that and hit send. It's funny. That's hilarious. But yes, Final Fantasy XI is the MMORPG and differs from previous titles in a series in several ways. Unlike the predetermined main characters of Final Fantasy titles, players are able to customize their characters in limited ways, including selecting one of 5 races and using their gender, facial style. Remember, choosing their gender. Gender. Remember when that used to be a thing? When you choose your gender and not your given pronouns? Facial style, hair color, body size, job, and nation allegiance. Also diverging from previous games in the series, the game takes place in a fully three-dimensional landscape with enemies freely roaming in it, allowing battles to occur in real time as opposed to random encounters used in previous games, a trend continued in every numbered Final Fantasy title since. There are currently 16 public worlds available to play, down from the 32 at the game's height, with approximately 15 to 20,000 players in each. A private test server was open to eligible players, and feedback of updates in development of the game for the game in mid-2011. The servers were named after summoned monsters from previous Final Fantasy titles, such as Ifrit and Diablos. Players have the ability to move between servers through Square Enix charges a world transfer fee to do so. Phobic devs. Choose your gender. That's a dub. Yeah. This was 2002. 2002 was when that was a thing. 2002. Choose your gender. That's a dub. Yeah. Which again was the argument that people wanted to make with Pokemon in 1996 or 1995 when that came out, saying, "Oh, you were a boy or a girl." Yeah, you didn't choose pronouns; you chose a gender. 2 different things. Story-related gameplay in Final Fantasy XI consists of 2 major components: missions through which the main storyline of the game is told, and quests which do not advance the main storyline but fill out the game's fantasy world. Yeah, I think Final Fantasy XI was such a great MMO and was very overlooked. It was very, very overlooked by people because they were so invested in WoW, and it was very overlooked. I would have recommended it back then. I would still recommend it now. I can't fully recommend it now though because Final Fantasy 14 is a thing, but you know, I mean, in all honesty, I still think 11 is better than 14, but that's just me. That's just me. That's just me. How long before they create a loophole known as preferred genders? Gosh, that was a gross typing it. Plus, the Pokemon thing, I pointed out that on Twitter X that Pokemon doesn't even frame a choice and they choose a gender, boy or girl, anymore. Yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't even ask you that anymore.
Light. It all began with a stone.
Back to the stone. Remember, from 7, 8, 9, 10, there was never a mention of a famous stone. Now we're back to the stone in Final Fantasy 11.
Or so the legend says. In ages past, a sentient jewel, enormous and beautiful, banished the darkness.
Yep, the Crystal of Light.
Its many-colored light filled the world with life and brought forth mighty gods.
Yep, Earth, Fire, Wind, and Water.
Bathed in that light, the world entered an age of bliss. Until, after a time, the gods fell into slumber. The leaders of the
It was a huge world. You're just getting knocked off left and right. 20 years later. Mithras. Galka. Tarus. Elven. Yeah, all the different races you could check. Those are like the 5 races you can pick: human, elven, Taru, Galkins, elves. Yeah, Final Fantasy 11 was fucking awesome. Final Fantasy 11 was awesome for sure. This is what I was looking for. Still continuing the theme from previous Final Fantasy games. Straight from the original soundtrack produced by Nomura Uematsu. Are you hitting tactics before 12 as it's in the same world? Yes, I'm going to hit tactics next. I can't believe I haven't mentioned tactics yet. Yeah. So, yeah, the three different nations, of course. Windurst, the Kingdom, the Republic of Bastok, the Kingdom of Sandoria, the Federation of Windurst, the Grand Duchy of Juno, the Empire of Ugan. Sorry. Yeah. The Republic of Bastok, the Kingdom of Sandoria, and the Federation of Windurst, which you have to pick one of those 3 nations to be a part of. The Grand Duchy of Juno, the Empire of Octugon, and the Sacred City of Adoulin. Those are like the big worlds, the big cities that you get to play as. So yeah, it was Elvin, Hume, Galka, Mithra, Taru, and each had their own special abilities and stats for based on whatever race you chose. Based on whatever race you chose. So human, Galka, Mithra, Elven, and Taru. I was always an Elven, so I like playing as an Elven thief. Yeah, so you had to do missions based on the governing nations that exist in the base game. And you had rises, you had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You had basically 7 expansions, 7 major expansions for this game. So it had a lot of expansions, similar to a World of Warcraft. I miss this game. This game's fantastic. So I have so much fun just wrecking people with the paladin. It's awesome. So now we'll pull this up. Pull that up. We'll pull up. Let me see here. We'll actually use this. $1997. So yeah, Final Fantasy Tactics is the next one we'll move into. Tactical role-playing game, of course, released by Square. First game in the Tactics series with the Final Fantasy franchise. First entry set in a fictional world known as Ivalice. Ivalice is the same world that Final Fantasy 12 takes place in. That is true. What you've said, Tom, again. Yes, I completely forgot that it was actually in the same world. The story follows Ramza Booth, a highborn cadet placed in the middle of a military conflict known as the Lion War, with 2 opposing noble factions are coveting the throne of the kingdom, kind of like a Game of Thrones. I see Final Fantasy 12 as like that type of Game of Thrones story. Production began back in 1975 by Yasumi Matsuno, a newcomer who had created the Ogre Battle series at Quest Corporation, which I think they released a remaster or remake of Ogre Battle recently. Matsuno's wish was for an accessible tactical game with a storyline focusing on a class-based conflict and the rewriting of history. Matsuno acted as director and writer. Final Fantasy creator Horonobu Sakaguchi. There's about 4 games on Ivalice. Yeah, well, you have also Revenant Wings, which was the sequel to Final Fantasy 12. Was producer and the battles were designed by Hiroyuki Ito. Multiple other staff members were veterans of the Ogre Battle series, including artist Hiroshi Minagawa and Akikio Yoshida, composers Hitoshi Sakamoto and Masaharu Iwata. The game received critical acclaim from gaming magazines and it has become a cult classic since its release. Sold about 1.24 million units in Japan and over 2.4 million worldwide. It's been cited as one of the greatest games of all time. Of course, the World of Avalice saw the setting of multiple other titles, including other tactics games and the 2006 mainline entry, Final Fantasy 12. So Final Fantasy 11 came out in 2002, and the next game wouldn't come out until 2006. Enhanced port of Final Fantasy Tactics. Final Fantasy Tactics: The War of the Lions was released in 2007 as part of the Ivalice Alliance project. So yeah, you kind of see the asymmetric battlegrounds, which are similar to like a Fire Emblem that you would see. This is of course Ramza. Cool character. I like Ramza a lot. I hit X, not arrows. Yeah. Final Fantasy Tactics is a tactical role-playing game in which players follow the story of protagonist Ramza Believe. It's almost time for me to head to work. I'll leave it on this. Though not a great read, there's a novelization of Final Fantasy 1, 2, 3, Memory of Heroes. It's worth reading if you're bored. I'll have to check it out. Thank you. Thank you. Have a great day at work, Chloe. The game features 2 modes of play, battle and world map. Tactics features your classic class system, which you can see all the different classes here. Wide range of classes, all here. Wizard, calculator, and so many classes like ninja, samurai, dragoon, knight, squire right here. And a bunch of different classes. So many different classes. The story takes place in the kingdom of Avalice, inspired by the Middle Ages. The kingdom is located in a peninsula surrounded by sea on the north, west, and south. With a headland south of the landmass, it is heavily populated by human beings, although intelligent monsters can be found living in less populated areas. Magic is predominant in land, although ruins and artifacts indicate that the past populace has relied on machinery such as airships and robots. Avalice's neighbors are the kingdom of Ordalia in the east and Romanda, a military nation to the north. While the 3 nations share common royal bloodlines, major wars have taken place between them. An influential religious institution known as the Glabados Church heads the dominant faith, centering around a religious figure known as Saint Ajora. The story takes place after Avalice ended its war with the 2 nations in what was known as the 50 Years' War, and is facing economic problems and political strife. The king of Avalice has recently died, and his heir is an infant, so a regent is needed to rule in place of the prince. The kingdom is split between 2 candidates named Prince Goltana, represented by the black lion, and Prince Larg, symbolized by the white lion. So that's how you get the War of the Lions, subtitle for the game when it's a remaster. Which brings us, yes, Final Fantasy Tactics. I highly recommend. If you could play the original, play the original. If you could play the remaster, play the remaster. I would highly recommend it, of course. Also, speaking of Final Fantasy books, the canceled Final Fantasy 15 DLC stories are in the book, and it's pretty sick. Atomic says bye. Which moves us into, of course, next Final Fantasy 12. Final Fantasy 12. I think Atomic was saying bye to Chloe. But yeah. Jeez. Can I please find the logo? That's all I want. There. Final Fantasy 12. Do you like the original look or the remaster? I would just prefer to just play the original. I'm pretty sure the remaster looks fine, but I'd rather just play the original. No, you're good. You're good, Chewbacca. So 19 likes, 2 members. Yeah, Atomic is still here. So Final Fantasy 12 is when we've got what's called the Gambit system, which was a big thing. It's like a new addition similar to the Spear Grid that people weren't really accustomed to very much, and they really didn't like it at first. So So here we got that. Moving on to Final Fantasy 12. I always liked 12 Says Atomic. I really enjoyed 12. I played it fully through on my Twitch live stream, and I really did enjoy it very, very much. I think it's a great game in the Final Fantasy mainline series. I would highly recommend that one as well. I just need to make sure I have my links in the description because I forgot to include all my links. Of this live stream. Because in my links, I have my Twitter, my Rumble, my Odyssey, my Subscribe Star, all that good stuff. So I need to make sure I add all of that stuff. But yeah, my Twitch, Kick, Twitter, Rumble, Odyssey. This I can take out. And then I have the links for Blade Devil 1 and 2, which is not mine, but I'm going to put it in there anyway. Final thing before I go, because I love throwing chaos in the arena, Nostalgia Bait episode 2 should be talking about Bionicle. Then you should watch the full 9.5-hour Bionicle lore video, but no, thank you. The next one, the next episode will probably be Terminator, Star Wars, Alien, or Indiana Jones. Played it again last year and it still holds up. Yes, it does. I played it last year fully to completion, did a lot of the bounties, and I still say it's great. I have a lot of Final Fantasy to play. I'm excited. Yes, there's a lot of entries in this series. Lots and lots of entries in the series. This was the 12th mainline installment, first released on the PlayStation 2 in 2006. So it was 4 years before a new Final Fantasy came out. So this was the point in time where it took much, much longer in order to create these newer Final Fantasy games. It introduced several innovations to the series: an open world, a seamless battle system, a controllable camera, a customizable gambit system which lets the player control the AI of characters in battle, a license system which determines which abilities and equipment can be used by characters, and hunting side quests, which are bounties, which allows the player to find and defeat increasingly difficult monsters in the game's open world. It also includes elements from previous games such as chocobos and moogles. The game takes place in Ivalice, where the empires of Arcadia and Rosaria are waging an endless war. Dalmasca, a small kingdom, is caught between the warring nations. When Dalmasca is annexed by Arcadia, its princess Ash creates a resistance movement. During the struggle, she meets Vaughn, a young adventurer who dreams of becoming a sky pirate in command of an airship. They are quickly joined by a band of allies. Together, they rally against the tyranny of the Arcadian Empire. Final Fantasy XII was both a critical and commercial success, earning several Game of the Year awards, selling over 6 million copies on the PS2 by November 2009. In 2007, a sequel titled Final Fantasy XII Revenant Wings, which was poorly received, similar to a 10-2, was released for the Nintendo DS in that same year. An expanded version of Final Fantasy XII, titled Final Fantasy XII International Zodiac Job System, was released on PlayStation 2 exclusively in Japan. A high-definition remaster of the International Zodiac Job System version, the Zodiac Age, was released worldwide. PS4, Windows, Switch, and Xbox One. Original 12 was pain. You opened the wrong chest. It locked you out of stuff. Yeah, that's awful. Fixed now, though. Says Atomic. Okay. Fantastic. I like it. I like it. Throughout the game, the player just controls the on-screen character from a third-person perspective to interact with people, objects, and enemies. Unlike previous games in the series, the player can control the camera with the right analog stick line for a 360 view of the surroundings. While in Towns and Players, the player may only see from the perspective of Vaughn, but any character may be controlled in the field. Excluding the MMORPG, Final Fantasy XII is the first entry in the main series to not include random encounters. Instead, enemies are visible in the overworld, and the player may choose to fight or avoid them. Battles unfold in real time using the active dimension battle system. Battles begin when the party comes within range of an aggressive enemy. The party attacks an enemy or a story event initiates a confrontation. So you can see all these different new systems they come up with all the time. When a character or enemy begins an action, target lines connect characters. So you can see this line here is connecting to the enemy, and this blue one is, no, the red one is connecting to the player character, the blue one is connected to the enemy. So it shows you basically exactly what monster is targeting what character, and what character of yours is targeting an enemy, which is a fantastic thing, I believe is cool. The player may swap and issue commands to any of the 3 characters in the party, but guest characters are controlled by the AI. Battle commands are initiated through a series of menus and include attack, magics, techniques, mist, gambits, and items. The player may switch any active character with an inactive character at any time, unless the active character is targeted by an attack or enemy. Characters who are knocked out may also be substituted. So you can switch out characters in the middle of battle, basically, which is cool. A new feature in the game is the gambit system, which allows the player to program each character to perform certain commands in battle to respond in response to specified conditions. So an example of a gambit is something like if character reaches less than 30% health, use cure or use a potion or use something. Like do this action if this action occurs. That's essentially what the gambit system is about, and that's the kind of system that people weren't used to. And I think it's actually a very great system for this type of game. So it even says it right here. For example, the target ally HP is less than 70%. Causes the character to target any ally whose hit points have fallen below 70%. The action is the command to be performed on the target. The priority determines which gambit to perform when multiple gambits are triggered. These heuristics guide the characters when acting autonomously, though player-directed commands are always given top priority. So yeah, it's called quickenings. In Final Fantasy XII, a mysterious phenomenon known as mist is the key energy which allows characters to cast summoning magic and perform quickenings. After defeating an Esper in combat, the player will be able to summon into the battlefield. Similar to Final Fantasy X, the summoned creatures become active participants in battle, as opposed to the cinematic actions seen in previous games in the series. Unlike 10, however, Espers follow hidden gambits rather than the player's direct command. The summoner remains an active member in the fight, able to attack and cast support magic instead of leaving the party or standing idle while the summoned creature fights. So yeah, this is what the licensing system looks like right here. So you get a bunch of license points, which are here. You have to have the number of license points for each thing, and once you unlock, this person can essentially use any of the equipment, items, or gain stat boosts. So it's similar to the spear grid system in Final Fantasy X. It's a very easy system to learn. You get license points pretty easily. So never capitalized on how useful the gambit system was, though to be fair, it did kind of make the game easy. Fair enough. Final Fantasy XII introduces quickenings, a new limit break system unique compared to those in previous games in the series. Characters learn quickenings by progressing to specific panels on the license board. Each character can learn 3 quickenings, which are unique to that character. Characters may string together quickenings in large combo attacks called mist chains via timed button presses. If a mist chain reaches a certain length, a final strike will be initiated at the end of the quickening cycle called a concurrence. So you had your license boards, which is how you level up essentially. But the thing is, the characters actually do this regularly level up. Characters level each time they earn a certain number of experience points from defeating enemies. Each level gain increases character statistics and improves performance of battle. Statistics include hit points, the amount of a character can receive, strength, the power of the character's physical attacks, and magic, the potency of the character's magical spells. In addition to leveling up, players may improve their characters via the license board. So you had the leveling system that you normally would know with experience points, and then you had the license board, which got you everything else. See, like the Spirit Grid in Final Fantasy X, all characters may obtain all licenses on the board, but each quickening and Esper license may only be activated by a single character. Which I thought was kind of lame that they did that, but I'm Von Don Rosenberg of Dalmasca. I'm Bosch von Rosenberg of Dalmasca. If anybody remembers that reference, I played Final Fantasy XII. I'm Bosch von Rosenberg of Dalmasca. Final Fantasy XII main theme. Oh, that's 13. I need 12. Let's see. This is the sort of song you're greeted with when you turn the game on. Fantastic songs, man. I swear. Yep. See, I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I freaking knew it. Thank you for confirming that, by the way. I knew it. I knew I wasn't joking. Beautiful upbeat music. You can feel the emotions in the music. It sounds even better when you go to a live symphony, which I have gone to. And man, whew. Which reminds me, I forgot to do One Winged Angel for Final Fantasy VII section. I completely forgot about One Winged Angel with the Final Fantasy VII section. And I didn't really talk about Rebirth too much because I didn't talk about the remake at all. I did talk about Advent Children and Crisis Core, but I didn't really talk about the remake too much. But yeah, man, it is crazy. It is absolutely amazing going back through these again. It makes me it like all of this just makes me live would give me goosebumps. Yeah, man, oof. I know when I went this year, like I bought a ticket like a year in advance when I heard about this Final Fantasy Symphony Orchestra, and when they played Return to Xanarkand and One Wing Angel, I was like, man, that's the shit. I had to record at least one of them, and I recorded Return to Xanarkand because it's like my favorite Final Fantasy song. Because it's part of my favorite Final Fantasy game. I know I'm biased, but I'm very biased with that stuff. So, oh man, like all talking about all this stuff like this just makes me want to go back and play all of these games. Cool. Cool. We got up to 20 likes. I was hoping for 50 likes, but I'm sure I'll get there. Nobuo Uematsu is a genius. Well, it seems like after 10, or maybe after 11, I think 12 is when they start when I think 12 is when Nobuo Uematsu was off. I think he went back at 13. As it says right here, it's composed, arranged, and produced by Hitoshi Sakimoto. But up until 11, it seems like he made the music. He did have help on 11's music. Personally, prefer One Wing Angel. One Wing Angel is one of the best. Definitely one of the best. I just can't believe I forgot to play it in the Final Fantasy VII segment of this live stream. But yeah, listening to One Wing Angel live on a symphony is just gives you goosebumps for sure. I think about wraps up Final Fantasy 12. We can move on to 13, which is where for most people, I would say for sure with most people, that's where the series really started dipping in quality for people. Was Final Fantasy 13. I haven't played fully through Final Fantasy 13. I've played Lightning Returns, which is the first. Lightning Returns was the third in the trilogy. Like I said, they had ever since 10, they've had sequels for like everything. They had a sequel for 10, they had a sequel for 12. Of course, 11 had expansions. 13 had two sequels, and 14, of course, had expansions, and then 15 had DLC. So it's like Final Fantasy has come a long way from where it used to be. It's kind of the whole thing with this live stream is to show people like how far Final Fantasy has come. It's been around for like 30 or 35 years essentially, and man, it's come a long way. It's absolutely come a long way. But now we're going to move on to where Final Fantasy starts to get controversial, and people believe the downfall begins with Final Fantasy at 13. So 13 is where everyone believes that somehow the battle system kind of took a shift, which in my opinion, I think it's still turn based. It's still considered turn-based. I think the customizability in it was a little different for people. So, and apparently no one cared about Lightning as a character. They said Lightning was a very flat character. That's when the magic died on 13. Oof, the streak ended. See, and then see, I'll get into all of that too. Don't worry, we'll get into it all. We'll get into it all. So, like I said, Final Fantasy 13 was essentially where people were lost because of how much different to people this was. 11 p.m. here. Good night, all. We'll catch the rest later. No worries, man. You have a great night, and I hope you enjoyed your time here. Thank you again for the 2 gifted subs to Baby Chewbacca and Nimbus. And I appreciate you for that and for being a member yourself. And if anyone wants to join the channel themselves, there's a join button underneath this live stream. It's right there. It is $1 a month to be a member at our lowest tier. As always, it's never necessary. I'm not obligated to your hard-earned money. But if you like to further support the channel, that's where the support will be. Or you can subscribe on Subscribestar. It's the exact same, $1 a month. You get various perks. You get emojis that you can use in chat. You get badges, which I need to make for you all, and all that good stuff. So once I get those emojis from my artist, I will have those up there. And the more members we have, the more emojis you will get. It's what happens when you split a game across 3 different studios, says Atomic N. Is that what happened? Apparently this one was Square Enix first production department. Interesting. I'll have to look into that. So moving over to Final Fantasy 13, of course. Final Fantasy 13 is an RPG developed and published by Square Enix for PS3 and Xbox 360, later for Windows in 2014. Released in Japan is in 2009, international March 2010. So 2010. So 2006 is when Final Fantasy 12 came out. 2007 is when Final Fantasy 12 The Revenant Wings came out for the Nintendo DS. And this game came out internationally 3 years after that game. Well, 1 became Type 0. Shadowjack says peace. Atomic N says, well, 1 became Type 0. Okay. Cool. Fantastic. The game includes fast-paced combat, a new system for the series for determining which abilities are developed for the characters called Crystarium, and a customizable paradigm system to control which abilities are used by the characters. Final Fantasy 13 includes elements from the previous games in the series, such as summoned monsters, chocobos, and airships. The game takes place in a fictional floating world of Cocoon, whose government, the Sanctum, is ordering a purge of civilians who have supposedly come into contact with Pulse, the much feared world below. The former soldier Lightning begins her fight against the government in order to save her sister, who has been branded as an unwilling servant to a godlike being from Pulse, making her an enemy of Cocoon. Lightning is soon joined by a band of allies, and together the group also became marked by the same Pulse creature. They rally against the Sanctum while trying to discover their assigned tasks and whether they can avoid being turned into monsters or crystals at the completion. The other was canceled, if I remember right, says Atomic. Okay. Development began in 2004. The game was first announced at E3 2006. The Final Fantasy 13 is the flagship title of the Fabula Nova Crystallis collection of Final Fantasy games, and is the first game to use Square Enix's Crystal Tools engine. Final Fantasy 13 was critically acclaimed in Japan and received mostly positive reviews on Western video game publications, which praised the game's graphics, presentation, and battle system. The game's linearity received a more mixed reception from some critics. Selling 1.7 million copies in Japan in 2009, Final Fantasy 13 became the fastest-selling title in the history of the series, which Final Fantasy 15 sold 5 million copies, to become the fastest in selling the series, and then 16 sold 3 million. As of 2017, the game has sold over 7 million copies worldwide on consoles. I have 2 copies of this game because I wanted a sealed copy at some point in my life. The Windows version has sold over 746 1,000 copies according to Steam Spy. A sequel titled Final Fantasy 13-2 was released in December 2011. February in Japan and February 2012 in North America and PAL. A second sequel titled Lightning Returns Final Fantasy 13, which concludes Lightning's story in the Final Fantasy 13 series, was released in November 2013 in Japan and in February 2014 in North America and PAL. As of September 2014, Final Fantasy 13 series was widely successful and has shipped over 11 million copies worldwide. Game was also added as backwards compatibility in Xbox One on November 18th, which is fantastic, by the way. I'm glad that they freaking did that. So I can still play it on my newer consoles. That's the one thing that Xbox does correctly is they may not do the best when it comes to game preservation, but they do very well and do a much better job than both Nintendo and Sony when it comes to game preservation. As in Final Fantasy XII, enemies are integrated into the open field and can be approached or avoided by the player. When the player's character touches an enemy, the screen transitions from the regular world map to a separate battle screen similar to those used in previous Final Fantasy titles. Character's health is fully restored after each battle. That's kind of cheap, but okay. A maximum of 3 characters may be used in battles, which use a variant of the series' traditional ATB system, first featured in Final Fantasy IV. Unlike previous games in the series, the player only controls the lead character, while the remaining 2 characters are controlled by the game's AI. I mean, they did that in 12, so I guess. I mean, you could switch in 12, but it sucks that you can't switch in this game. Xbox backwards compatibility is unmatched. You get goddamn right. Each action requires a specific number of slots on the ATB bar, which reveals in real time to set a maximum number. This total size gradually increases throughout the game from 2 to 6. So you can keep performing actions over and over again. I don't see what the problem was here, but maybe I have to play a little bit more. The paradigm system allows the player to program paradigms in which the active party members have a specific role in combat, roughly akin to the job system of previous games. The player can only choose from a limited stock of paradigms set up outside of battle, limiting the possibilities of combination of roles available. This is the only way of directing AI-controlled party members. The roles consist of Commando, dealing physical damage, Ravager using elemental damage, Medic, a role which can heal and remove negative status ailments, Synergist, which uses magic to strengthen allies by giving positive statuses, Saboteur, which uses magic to weaken enemies by inflicting negative statuses, and Sentinel, which has protective abilities and may take on enemy focus. Yeah, I think there's over like 500 360 games that are playable. All Xbox One games are backwards compatible, and then there's some OG Xbox games. I mean, I have my 360 still, so if I really wanted to go back and play anything that's not backwards compatible, I still can. In addition to a health bar, each enemy has a stagger bar or chain bonus, indicating what the percentage starting at 100. So this is where the stagger bar essentially started with these games. The strength of attacks dealt by the player when the chain bonus reaches an amount specific to the kind of enemy, they're staggered. Stagger increases damage massively by providing an instant boost to the chain bonus and may launch the enemy to the air. Stagger is increased by a large amount by magic-based attacks, but will fall unless sustained by physical attacks. Each leader or control character can summon a specific Eidolon into battle. These summoned creatures include series stables Odin, Shiva, Alexander, and Bahamut, and newcomers Hecatoncheir and Brynhildr. When summoned, the Eidolon stays in combat while the characters accompanying the summoner leave the party. While an Eidolon is summoned, the player can trigger a feature called Gestalt Mode, in which the Eidolon transforms into a different form and performs different attacks while the summoning character rides them. Have to bug out, you boys and girls. Behave, lost. I'm away. Peace out to chat and the man of zero himself. Cheers for the deep dive, boss. Have a good one. Hell yeah. I appreciate you hanging out, Shadowjack. Appreciate you being here. Appreciate you being a subscriber and a viewer to the channel. And I hope to see you again in the next live stream or video. See, the Crystarium is a leveling system consisting of 6 crystals and resembles a spear grid. See, that's what I said. I said it's this system similar to the spear grid, which is another system it seems like people couldn't get. I actually have the strategy guide for this game because someone at a GameStop one time told me this was going to be very hard to understand without it. Each crystal in the Crystarium represents one of 6 roles and divided into 10 levels. Each level contains various nodes that supplies bonuses to health, strength, magic, or provides new abilities and accessory slots. So it looks like it's a combination between the spear grid and the gambit, the license system from Final Fantasy 12 is what this sounds like. So I really don't see the problem. These nodes are connected by a semi-linear path. The player may advance down the path by acquiring Christian points, which are awarded after defeating enemies. So essentially license points. The full crystarium is not available to the player at the beginning of the game. At specific points in the game's plot, the player gains access to new crystals or levels. Final Fantasy XIII is set on the world of Grand Pulse. Central to the story is Cocoon, a massive artificial sphere that floats above Pulse's surface and is ruled by the Sanctum, a theocratic government. The two worlds are controlled by the fal'Cie, mechanical beings with godlike power. The Cocoon fal'Cie are responsible for keeping Cocoon floating, as well as providing light and water to the people that live inside. Each fal'Cie handles a specific task. The fal'Cie have the capability of marking the humans that live in Pulse and Cocoon as their servants. These servants, called LC, are branded with a symbol representing either Pulse or Cocoon and are given a focus, a task to complete. If the LC complete their task in time, they are transformed to crystal and, according to legend, gain eternal life. Otherwise, they become mindless monsters called the Seath. The LC are not explicitly told their focus, but are instead given visions that they must interpret. That's crazy. That is crazy stuff. Crazy, crazy, crazy stuff. So yeah, basically it's a government trying to purge the population of being, because they're different, because they come from a different place below them, essentially. And some crazy stuff. Christ. Even Final Fantasy, freaking. This is your main title screen here from Final Fantasy 13, following the same, essentially the ongoing theme of having majestic music in the game. Which is another. Which this is actually another song I tried to learn how to play on piano as well, on keyboard. Now, if you want to hear the version of this that has the words, it's even better. It's even better.
Make my wish come true. Let darkness fade to light.
That's supposed to be Sarah, which is Lightning's sister, and that's her fiance Snow over here.
Show me there's still hope.
There's actually a character named Hope in this game, ironically.
Show me it's not over.
So yeah, you kind of get the idea of how the music still evolves and still is fantastic through each mainline entry of every single game. It's absolutely insane, like how good the music still is. Even at the 13th mainline entry, the music is still fantastic. Still absolutely fantastic. And now we get to the even worse, rough part of Final Fantasy's downfall with Final Fantasy 14 Online. You're right, a talented singer, yeah. So now we get to, oof, man. We get to a very, very, very bad time in, oof. We get to a very, very rough patch here with Final Fantasy 14. Because when Final Fantasy 14 came out, this was the real, hold on to your buckets, as Jay would say. Yeah, this was the point where it really got bad. I'm trying to find the original cover art for Final Fantasy 14, not the new one. Trying to find the original cover art for this. Actually, I'd probably go here. Yeah, here it is. So this was the original cover art for Final Fantasy 14 Online when it first released, in a massively, massively, massively broken state that it was in. This was by far the most broken, trash game ever released in the Final Fantasy series. It was that bad. It was so bad that they had to completely remake and reboot the game. with how terrible it was. It was so bad that they had to completely scrap this game and go back and remake it. That's how bad it was. That's how terrible it was. It got a 49. As much as I do not like Metacritic and I don't like using Metacritic scores, it got a 49 on Metacritic by critics and a 3.9 based on user scores. That should tell you how bad this game was received back in 2010 when it released on PC. It was that bad. So bad. But they managed to turn it around with the Final Fantasy XIV Rebirth, or sorry, A Realm Reborn. They managed to turn it around with an excellent release called Final Fantasy XIV Reborn, A Realm Reborn. But we'll go ahead and talk about it. And now it's the best-selling MMO of the last few years, even surpassing the player count of World of Warcraft. That's the crazy part. If you want to talk about a big, huge turnaround, this surprise was that high, to be honest, as Atomic. Yeah. Just for comparison, sake, and like I said, I don't really like using Metacritic that much. So it went from a 49 to an 86. Just as an easy comparison, it went from a 49 to an 86. And this is just the base game too. So on PC it was an 83, on PS3 it was a 78, which makes sense because the game didn't run very good on there. It's an 86 on PS4. And that's just the original. That's not counting all the expansions that are 92, 90, 87, 86. So, but again, not really a metric I like using. (2010) Final Fantasy 14 came out in 2010, which I believe is when Final Fantasy 13 came out. Yeah, it came out on PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 in 2009, which I even forgot to talk about the 13 sequels, which I did. I mentioned the 13.2 and 13 and Lightning Returns. But yeah, 2010, a year later, from when Final Fantasy 13 came out. It was the original version of the 14th entry in the main Final Fantasy series and the second MMORPG in the series after Final Fantasy XI. Set in the fantasy realm of Eorzea, players took control of a customized avatar as they explored the land and were caught up in both an invasion of the hostile Garlean Empire and the threat of the Primals, the deities of the land's beastmen tribes. The game had been in development since 2005 under the codename Rapture and was announced in 2009 for Windows and PlayStation 3. It ran on Square Enix's Crystal Tools middleware engine, which was adjusted to suit the game's specifications. During development, the team carried over multiple aesthetic elements from Final Fantasy XI while attempting to create something that stood on its own. Due to several factors, the development was beset by problems that would later have drastic effects on the game. Attempts to bring it to the 360 consoles fell through due to disagreements with Microsoft about the use of Xbox Live, which their use was you had to pay for Xbox Live and you had to pay for a subscription, which is something Square Enix didn't really care about. After its alpha test and delayed beta test, the game went live on September 30th, 2010, remaining active until its servers were closed on November 11th, 2012. So it took them a couple more years after that to remake it and turned it into A Realm Reborn Final Fantasy XIV. It was released in 2000 and it was released in August 2013, replaced the failed 2010 version with a subsequent support for PlayStation 4 OS X, which is Apple, PlayStation 5, Series X, and Series S, which This never came. It hasn't come out for Xbox yet. It's going to be releasing next year in summer of 2024 with all expansions. It's about time. It is about time. Yeah. Critic and fan backlash caused Square Enix to suspend subscription fees, definitely postpone the PlayStation 3 version, and replace the development team leadership with Naoki Yoshida as producer and director. Yoshida decided to make marginal improvements for the game's shutdown, ultimately replacing it with a new version initially subtitled A Realm Reborn, which met with a favorable reception upon its release. Met with negative response at launch. Yeah, it was a piece of garbage. So you can see here, this is the original version, the way it looked, the alpha, and that's how it looks now. Well, it looked at the time when it came out. That was the original version of Final Fantasy 14. So, but now that it has now become a Realm Reborn, Golem was better at launch. Golem was a horrible game, and that studio shut down after creating that dog shit game. So, and they did it. They did it really cool too. Like you can read this. Final Fantasy XIV is set in the fantasy region of Eorzea 5 years after the devastating Seventh Umbral Calamity, which ended the original version. In the Calamity, the Elder Primal Bahamut escaped from his prison in the ancient space station called Dalamud, unleashing an apocalypse across Eorzea. Through temporal magic, the player character of the original version escaped, reappearing at the start of A Realm Reborn. As Eorzea cements its recovery, the player must fend off a reignited invasion from the Garlean Empire. The original Final Fantasy XIV was a commercial and critical failure. Then Square Enix president Yoichi Wada announced that a new team, led by Yoshida, would assume control and address the game's flaws. The new team both continued to develop and improve the original version and secretly worked on a completely new replacement. This new game, codenamed version 2.0, used a new engine, improved server infrastructure, and revamped gameplay, interface, and story. The original version shut down in November 2012, followed by an alpha test for version 2.0. Yeah, it was replaced. It was replaced. The relaunched game released to largely positive reception. Critics praised its solid mechanics and progression and commended Yoshida for an unexpected recovery. After a poor 2013 fiscal year, Square Enix attributed the 2014 return to profitability partly to the game's strong sales and subscriber base. Double burn. Double burn, says Baby Chewbacca. I actually want to check something. Check something here. Oh, wow. Even and freaking what's crazy about the wow, okay. I'll have to mention that later. I think well, Nimbus is already gone, so I can't even really mention it. Well, I'll mention it later after like later on. Square Enix, after a poor 2013 fiscal year, Square Enix attributed the 2014 return to profitability partly to the game's strong sales and subscriber base. By October 2021, it had gained over 24 million registered players and became the most profitable Final Fantasy game to date, even though they tried recently to blame it on that. Yeah. Final Fantasy XIV has received regular updates since release, including 5 major expansion packs: Heavensward, Stormblood, Shadowbringers, Endwalker, and Dawntrail's not out yet. It comes out in 2024 as the side-by-side release with the Xbox version of Final Fantasy XIV Online. Final Fantasy XIV is an MMORPG featuring a persistent world where players can interact with each other in the environment. Players create and customize their characters for use in the game, including name, race, gender, facial features. Still using gender in 2014. In 2013, I'm sorry, 2013, still not asking for pronouns, still gender. Facial features and starting class. Unlike in the original release, players may only choose to be a disciple of war or magic as a starting class. Disciples of the hand and land are initially unavailable. The hand and land stuff is all about the crafting and farming aspect of the game. Players must also select a game server for each character. While all supported languages are available in every server, data centers are located in specific regions to reduce latency between client and server, and the players are advised to use a server in their region, which you could jump between servers even if you play with even if your friends all are on different servers, you can actually jump to their servers and still play with them. And you can see right here, Q2 of 2024 is when it comes out for the Xbox Series consoles. It came out on PlayStation 5 on May 25th, 2021. It's available on PS4 since 2014. I started playing it on PS3. Once they stopped supporting it on PS3, I stopped playing it for a very long time and ended up buying it on PC eventually. So your character progression, players improve their characters by gaining XP and acquiring stronger equipment. You know, the typical stuff. You get to go through exploring, completing quests, exploring instance dungeons, participating in full-time events, which are fates, slaying monsters in the world. Quests, including the main scenario quest line, are generally short, specific tasks given to the player by NPCs, which reward items and experience points. Completing main scenario quests progresses the overarching plot of the game. Some quests are repeatable, and they're daily quests, repeatable each day, or lev quests, which consume leave allowances that a player slowly accrues over time. Dungeons often require multiple players to form a party to enter, but the duty support system enables the player to play certain dungeons alone, supported by computer-controlled party members, which is crazy new that I didn't know about that. Duty roulette system randomly assigns the player to an accessible dungeon and once per day awards additional bonus XP scaled to character level and completion. I think 14 is the only thing keeping the Square afloat at the moment. 16 did well, but spending too much on duds really hurt them. Like I said, to me, I think as much as people disagree with Stranger of Paradise Final Fantasy Origin, I still think that game is very, very well put together. The storyline isn't like the greatest thing ever, but the Souls aesthetic of it, the customization of it, and all the leveling and all that stuff, I think was very well done, minus the storyline. I think if the storyline was much better, I think it would have done a lot better. Personally, I got it for free with a Series S, the $90 edition with all the DLC and everything, but I think it's worth the money I spent on it. Even if I had spent $90, I think I would have gotten more out of it. I was thinking more like Avengers. Oh yeah, or Avengers and Forwoken. Yeah, Avengers is about to be delisted next week too, so that's not a good thing either. So they also got things like endgame dungeons, crafting, raids, primal battles, and elite mark hunts. And in addition to them, releasing these big expansions, they do updates that add extra quests, extra items, extra weapons, and all these different things as well. They do mainly focus on PvE, and though PvP is a thing still, I don't really care for it. But they also had a point. The virtual economy of Final Fantasy 14 is largely player-driven through retainers, non-playable characters assistant, selling items on the marketplace like an auction house, essentially. So, but overall, I think Final Fantasy 14 was a huge risk when it came to that, but it paid off in the end, and it's one of the greatest MMOs ever made, in my opinion, and it still works well today. Of course, I've barely mentioned the fact that Sid has been in every single one of these games. Forspoken, they gave me free with a PS5. They have to give them away. Yeah, Forspoken, as much as Soiny ponies on Twitter or X want to complain and talk crap about Xbox all the time, they still don't understand that Forwoken, I call it Forwoken, got an entire studio shut down. It had to lay people off, and they had to combine the studios together in order to keep some jobs. Whereas a AA game that came out that was $30, Shadow dropped on Game Pass, created 75 new jobs at the studio Tango Gameworks. As much as they like to compare Forwoken to Hi-Fi Rush, which I would highly recommend Hi-Fi Rush if you have an Xbox or a PC and you're into the Jet Set Radio series, you love the Jet Set Radio series, I highly recommend that game 100%. For Woken, Go Broken. Yeah, I call it For Woken. But if you're into the Jet Set Radio series and you love the way that that kind of played out is like this kind of rhythm style game, I highly recommend Hi-Fi Rush. Definitely one of the definitely one of the best games I've played in 2023. Completely out of nowhere, Shadow dropped on the Game Pass day one. Double A game from Tango Gameworks. 100% highly recommend it. For sure. Just everything about it is fantastic. So, you know, we're pretty much almost done. We just got to go through essentially 15 and 16. We can go to some of the other ones like Crystal Chronicles and stuff like that. But I wanted to focus mainly on the mainline Final Fantasy games for the most part. So we're just going to stick to that. And the stream is about an hour longer than I wanted it to be, but it's okay. I enjoy talking about Final Fantasy with you all. I enjoy talking about Final Fantasy in general because it's like it's my favorite franchise of all time, and I feel like it's just going in a direction where it's not fun anymore. I think Final Fantasy should have stayed turn based, even though I know they have Dragon Quest for that, which I have a feeling eventually Dragon Quest will even go action based. And then they decided to put Final Fantasy 16 on the PlayStation 5, where only like 3 million people bought it out of an install base of 40 million, which is silly. It's absolutely silly. And also, I think I believe Final Fantasy 12 Revenant Wings became turn based after the Final Fantasy 12 was not turn based. It seems like every sequel for these games did worse than the original. It's fun learning what I'm missing out on. Huge regret is washing over me right now. Says Baby Chewbacca. No, you're good, man. But yeah, like Final Fantasy is so like Final Fantasy has so many games for it. Like it's just too much. Like if I had to pick 5 Final Fantasy games that you just can't miss, if I had to name 5, 10, 7, 6, Tactics, and probably Crisis Core. I would have to say Crisis Core. Those are probably like my top 5. No, I'm sorry. 4, 10, 7, 6, 4, and Tactics. If I had to pick 5 Final Fantasy games to not miss, it would be those 5. 10, 7, 6, 4, and Tactics. Honorable mentions: Lightning Returns, Crisis Core, Final Fantasy 7, which was originally a PSP game. They remastered it on PS4, Xbox, Switch. I highly recommend that one too. I played through that one. Atomic says 7, 10, 12, 6, and 16. 10, 7, 6, 4, and Tactics noted. Yes. You know, me and Atomic are 3 out of 5. 3 out of 5 on the same page. But everyone has their own opinions with all the Final Fantasy games. Like I said, I'm even wearing. I'm wearing Final Fantasy 7 right now. So 16, I can't really play. I've seen people play it, and I'm just not interested. I didn't finish 15 because got really boring. 16 just looks more like Devil May Cry, and I just had no interest. I'm sure I'll play it eventually, just to say I played it, and I'll make a real full opinion. But watching it, it really seems like I had no interest in it at all. And plus, I don't have the console to play it anyway. So, but most likely I'll pick it up on sale on PC in 6 months. So, because that's what I did with Final Fantasy VII Remake. I waited 2 years for it to come out on PC, got it on sale. I think it's pretty fun. I think the remake is fun. I still stand the original because it's just better and it's a complete story, and I don't have to spend almost upwards of $200+ to get a full complete story of a game. So I'm always going to stand the original 7. But that's just me. I also like Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles, the original, not the remaster. Remaster is garbage. But yeah, let's go over to Final Fantasy 15. We'll move on to Final Fantasy 15. This is, of course, right here, the box art for Final Fantasy 15. Right here, got Noctis, Pronto, Gladios, and Ignis. I think his name is Ignis. I want to say, could be wrong. Just correct me if I'm wrong. Just gonna make sure I check. Make sure I check my Streamlabs and make sure I check my viewer activity. Make sure I didn't miss anything. What I was gonna say was that I just noticed that Wraithchild is a member at the dollar tier, but gifted he gifted memberships at the $5 tier to Baby Chewbacca and Nimbus, which is crazy to me. So this game was in absolute hell because it was originally called Final Fantasy Versus 13, and it took a very, very long time for it to launch. It launched in 2016. 2016, where let me see. When did I'm gonna talk about Stranger of Paradise. Don't worry, I'm talking about that game because I like it that much. I love it that much. Let me see. When did 13.2 come out? 13.2 came out in 2012. Lightning Returns came out in 2013. No, 2014 in thing. Yeah. Final Fantasy 15 was awesome gifter. Yeah, absolutely. Final Fantasy 15 was in development hell for a very, very long time. Like it was in development for 10 years. 10 years. And it looked way better when they originally showed it off. What's up, Lucis Emerald? Says Final Fantasy 15 is still not really finished until you read the book. Yep, I did hear that from Chloe because they had some canceled DLC. There's also the movie of Final Fantasy 15 Kingsglaive. I don't know how good that is. I hear I haven't watched it, so I don't know. So Final Fantasy 15 was in game development hell since 2006. It began as a spin-off of PlayStation 3 spin-off titled Final Fantasy Versus 13. Tetsuya Nomura served as the original director and character designer. I believe he was still the character designer of it. After a development period of 6 years, it was changed to the next mainline title in the series in 2012. Nomura was replaced by director Hajime Tabata, and the game shifted to 8th generation platforms. Due to the changes, the story needed to be rewritten, and some scenes and characters were repurposed or removed. The setting of Final Fantasy 15 was a fantasy based on reality, with locations and creatures based on elements from the real world. To supplement the game, Square Enix created a multimedia project called Final Fantasy 15 Universe, which includes a few spin-off games as well as an anime series called Brotherhood, and then Kingsglaive. Gameplay and story-based DLC was released between 2016 and 2019. Upon release, Final Fantasy 15 was well received by critics. Widespread praise was given for its gameplay, visuals, and soundtrack, while reception towards its story and presentation was mixed. As of May 2022, the game has sold 10 million units worldwide, making it one of the best-selling Final Fantasy games of all time. And you have to watch the movie before you play the game. I already started playing the game, so the true ending is in the book, and Kingsglaive is good. Okay, I have to check those out then. What's the name of the book, by the way? I don't know the name of the book. Final Fantasy 15 is presented as an open world action role playing game, so this is where it really got into the action. Besides Final Fantasy Lightning Returns, Final Fantasy 13, this is where it really got into the actual action role playing game before even 16 came out. Even though I like to claim that 16 was the first action based, this is where Lightning Returns, and this one was really where it all started. Where players take control of protagonist Noctis Lucis Calum, which they introduced into Tekken 7 as a DLC character during his journey across the world of Eos. While accompanied by his 3 companions, Gladios, Ignis, and Prompto, Noctis is the only character directly controlled by the player. Not anymore. Since updates, you can actually control all the characters. So just in case anybody thinks that that's only the case, hasn't been updated, or maybe it's down here somewhere. But later on, they did introduce updates where you're allowed to control Gladios, Ignis, and Prompto. You can navigate through movement, jump over small objects, sprint for a limited time, and perform context-based actions such as taking cover behind objects. The Kingdom of Lucis is a large connected landmass that can be explored on foot using the party's car Regalia or Chocobos. In the series, both the Regalia and chosen Chocobos can be customized by the player, and Chocobos can join in battles if their connection to the characters is strong enough. Battle system, the game uses an action-based, real-time based system called the Active Cross Battle System. Instead of using a menu interface, the player selects commands directly mapped to buttons on the controller, such as attack, defend, and item. Let me get your book real quick. No worries. Battles take place within the current environment rather than transitioning to a separate area and can range from open plains to enclosed building interiors. When approaching enemies, a threat meter appears on top of the screen, growing in intensity the closer the party gets to the enemy. When a party gets close and attacks or is detected, the battle begins. Running away from enemies out of combat zone in normal battles ends combat, so on and so on. Noctis can perform 4 actions in battle. The standard attack, defending, which blocks and parries attacks, warping, which takes Noctis to a targeted area, or an out-of-way warp point uses items. There is a wait mode option, where all player input stops the battle, pauses, and players are able to select new enemies to attack or actions to take within a time limit. And of course, if Noctis goes down, you get game over. So again, they still have the experience points, but they do not automatically level up when a certain amount of XP. You have to go to a safe zone called havens, then namely rest sites like inns or campsites. So you have to go to a place to level up. Like if you're playing Dark Souls, it's such a weird thing that they did and implemented in this game. Haven't played it since release, no matter how many DLCs they release. Yeah, they released like 5 or 6 DLCs. They can use like an episode of each character, one for Gladios, one for Ignis, one for Prompto, one for some other guy and another guy. It's called Final Fantasy 15 Dawn of the Future. It is all the canceled DLCs that the old director was going to do, but he left before the Ardent DLC and someone took over. Got you. I'll have to write that one down. Again, everybody wasn't controllable until they added updates where you can actually control the other characters. There was all AI. They did release a multiplayer mode, which was released as an expansion with gameplay and combat lifted from the main game and tailored for multiplayer. Rather than a preset character, players can take control of a customizable avatar. It takes part of a portion of the story skipped over by the main narrative. The game begins with players choosing their gender, still on gender, hairstyle, clothing, and other aspects. Using the in-game city of Lestalem as their base, the players assign missions with 3 other characters, either other players or AI controlled. So yeah. Final Fantasy 15 takes place on the Earth-like world of Eos, which is divided between 4 nations. Another one of those like Game of Thrones type things. Lucis, Accordo, Tenebrae, and Niflheim. Final Fantasy 6 reference right there. Lucis, occupying a whole landmass, possesses a magical artifact known as the Crystal, gifted to the reigning Kalem dynasty by the world's deities and antiquity, and access to the hereditary ring of the Luci. Accordo, located in the southern part of Eos, is an island nation formed through a union of free trading cities. So yeah, you got all these different characters. There's a lot to see. Cid in this game is your mechanic, who is a female. So essentially, from what I can tell, they've race swapped Cid to be a female. But of course, people like that character, even though it's race swapped, because the character actually has personality, and she's hot. But that's beside the point. You know, a lot of times they do these race swaps, and people don't like the characters. But in this case, people like the character because she has personality, and she's not a detriment on the story. So, but yeah, Cid has been every. I wonder, because I haven't played 16, I don't know exactly what form Cid is in the game, but it'd be very interesting to see. Yeah, so Oh wait, no, that's 14. I said 15. I said 15. I said 15, not 14. Jesus. Maybe I can find it in here. Let's see if I can find it in here. Characters. Oh yeah, characters of Final Fantasy 15. I wish 15 was versus 13. It looked way better when it was. Oh, here it says right here. Novel The Dawn of the Future based on the canceled second series of DLC. Type 0. Yeah, we'll talk about that. Oh, I wasn't sorry. Her name wasn't. Her name was Cindy. I got it wrong. Sid was an old man. Sid was an old man. My mistake. Her name was Cindy, but she was your mechanic, so and she was hot, basically, because back in you know in this is the character I was thinking of. Cindy, not Sid. Whoops. Yeah, Cindy was hot as book. Imagine having son of a bitch. That's a nice cosplay. Anyway, that's a nice cosplay. I wish I could find a good picture in game. That'd be nice. Does this work? Does this work? Okay. Imagine I don't even know what I say. Imagine having this character, this person as your mechanic. This is your mechanic in Final Fantasy 15. She looks like this. In a game where women can be hot and look gorgeous and shit. Sid's granddaughter, I think. I believe so. Don't misgender my feelings. Confused. Yeah. So that's your mechanic in Final Fantasy 15. So there's that. Yeah. Let me see here. I would love if she was my mechanic. I would purposely ruin my vehicle just to visit the mechanic. Her can't do that. We need women in STEM. Yeah, exactly. Share screen. Yeah. That's not the song I was looking for. That's the song I was looking for. So yeah, right there at the bottom, main character designer Tetsuya Nomura. Right at the bottom. He wants you to know his name. Regalia is just an Audi. Title screen music. Yeah. So still great music all day, every day. Yeah, Type 0 is a weird game. Type 0. Type 0. Type 0 is a weird game. Type Zero was indeed a weird game. We'll say Florence and the Machine soundtrack to this is great. Like I always say, people are very against this game, but I 100% am. I stand this game. So as much as people don't like it, I stand this game. This is a prequel to the original Final Fantasy VII game. I 100% stand this game. Definitely a great one. No me, Tetsuya Nomura. Type Zero ending annoyed me since they teased for a second one, but it got canceled. Damn. I still have that game. I have to play it. But yeah, I 100% stand Stranger of Paradise Final Fantasy Origin. I think it's a fantastic game. I think it's a fantastic game for anyone who likes the Souls types of games, and it's just a Final Fantasy setting with it. Ignore the storyline. It's a prequel to the original. I think this game is fantastic, no matter how much people say it's terrible. I absolutely loved it. Got over 80 hours in this game, so I absolutely love it. Okay, got Stranger of Paradise to talk about. We got Final Fantasy 16 to talk about, and then pretty much done. We're pretty much done with this stream. I don't really need to talk about Type Zero too much. Like I said, I'm looking for more. Just looking into the. Yeah, I liked Jack. Need to finish it. I beat the game already, and I'm already into the DLC. I'm like all up in that. But yeah, Stranger of Paradise. Just saying, it's a prequel to the original Final Fantasy of how basically how the story of Jack. Since you haven't finished it, I can't really say anything. I've already finished it, so but I think it's very well put together. It's a great world that they have created. And see, 35th anniversary was when this game came out. Came out in 2022. Was 35 years of Final Fantasy was last year. Absolutely insane. That means Final Fantasy has been around longer than Legend of Zelda. Got Stranger Paradise. Haven't actually played it yet. Too much backlog. Yeah, I feel you on that one. Every time I'm getting involved into a game, another game comes out recently. So I was in Starfield, and then Liza P came out, so I started playing Liza P. I'm really enjoying that game. So that and Payday 3. I love the memes. Chaos. Yeah, I find it really funny at the Twitter account Wario64. Every time this game goes on sale, he always uses a image of Jack with his fist like this, like pound it. Like it's so funny to me. But yeah, I think this game is fantastic, and I think everyone who likes a Souls type game and loves Final Fantasy should play this game. I would rather play this game over Final Fantasy 16 any day of the week. But yeah, jumping into Final Fantasy 16 as the last Final Fantasy we'll talk about. Final Fantasy 16 came out in 2023 this year. It's exclusive to PS5. It has been already announced by the new CEO of Square Enix that in 6 months, Final Fantasy 16 will be available on PC. This game flopped compared to Final Fantasy 15. As much as people don't like to admit it, this game only shipped 3 million copies. It didn't sell. Well, they like to say they ship and I guess it shipped and sold 3 million copies, but Final Fantasy 15, right? Even says it right here, Windows version in development. Final Fantasy 15 sold 5 million copies in the same amount of time that Final Fantasy 16 sold, 3 million copies. Criticisms focus on its lack of deeper role-playing elements, frame rate issues, and side quest design. That's bad. Praise was given to its story, characters, music, and combat system. Devil May Cry has a better combat system than Final Fantasy 16. On one console, 15 was on all. Yeah, that's true. But they say also that Final Fantasy 15 sold the most on PlayStation. So like they said, like 10% of people bought it on Xbox and like 85% was on PlayStation. So because PC had problems too. PC had really bad optimization problems with this game. And then for Final Fantasy 7 Remake being on PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5, and PC is 7 million units in all that time that it's been out. And it had terrible optimization problems again on PC because when you played the game, it still had button prompts for PlayStation controllers when you were playing on PC, and it was dumb. You liked 16? I know a couple of people that liked 16. I again, I don't have a PS5. I don't want to support Sony at all. I don't care to support them because of all the censorship and nonsense they've been doing over the last few years, especially raising the PlayStation Plus price $20 and adding nothing of value. I do have a Switch. I do have an Xbox. I do have a PC. I really haven't bought a PlayStation since the PlayStation 2. That was just the height of era of PlayStation in general. Like that was the best time to be a PlayStation player. And a lot of their single player games don't really interest me. So that's like another reason why I don't buy, PlayStation. I didn't really care about God of War. I played too many of those. Horizon is on PC if I want to buy that game. Eventually maybe I'll get it, but I think for as far as the PS5 exclusives, the only things I cared about was Demon Souls, Ratchet and Clank, maybe Returnal, and then 16 if I cared about it. I wish I cared about it more. I do want more RPG elements in it. Yeah, that seems to be the thing that it says right here. It says lack of deeper role-playing elements. Of course, it's an action role-playing game which players control the protagonist of Clive Roswell and rotating party of AI-controlled companions through segmented open areas across the continents of Valistea. Don't see a point in Xbox if you have a PC. Well, the thing about it is, the reason people would just buy an Xbox because it's convenient. It's money saving, $500 rather than spending 1,500 or 2,000 to have a PC that's built well. I use my PC for other things besides gaming, so it's worth it for me personally. And Series S, again, you can buy it for 300 and still play all the same games. Maybe not at a high fidelity rate of graphics. I care more about performance than I do graphics anyway, so that doesn't really bother me. But yeah, that's the whole thing about it. The thing is, people say that all the time, and I'm just like, well, people don't want to spend $1,500 to $2,000 to buy a PC to play one game. You could just buy an Xbox for 300 and play all the same shit. It's all about player choice, is what it really is. I platinum completed 100% both new gen God of War games, but I respect your choices. Yeah, like just to me, PlayStation is just a single player console. That's something I've said quite a bit. I love the Switch. I don't play the Switch as much, but I love Nintendo systems. I love Nintendo, but I have a lot of their exclusives. I've had every single Nintendo system since the NES. I still do have my NES, my GameCube, my Dreamcast, my PS2, my 360. I do have a PS3. I did build up a decent PlayStation 3 collection of exclusive games, so I have all the God of Wars. I have all the original God of Wars. I do think God of War 1, 2, and 3 were fantastic. I really enjoyed Chains of Olympus. Well, I played through 1, 2, and 3. Chains of Olympus and I think I played Chains of Olympus and Ghosts of Sparta. I didn't finish them. I finished 1, 2, and 3 though. Hands down, God of War 1, 2, and 3 were great. I have God of War Ascension. I have God of War Chains of Olympus. I have the other one, Ghost of Sparta. I actually do own the PS4 version of God of War because I got it on sale for like $13. But I do still enjoy the PS3. The PS3 had a pretty decent lineup. I have the Uncharted, the Kill Zones, I do have Final Fantasy 10, 10 THD. I've got the Kingdom Hearts series, the 1.5 and 2.5. I have almost every exclusive that came out on the PlayStation 3. But I bought the PlayStation 3 secondhand. I had the 360. in 2008. So, but the PlayStation 3, I bought that secondhand. So, and I have 2 of them. So, I just really had no interest in PS4 or PS5. So, recurring Final Fantasy elements such as the bird-like chocobo monster types appear in the game. Following a story-driven prologue section, Clive is able to travel to different parts of Elysia. The world is split between enclosed dungeon environments, town environments, and wide open fields, all selected from a map via a fast travel menu. And then on top of that, they did say with Final Fantasy 15, if you could see it, you can go there, and then you couldn't. Like the quality of just Final Fantasy is just downhill. Like there's still a lot of Final Fantasy greatness. I can go back to old Final Fantasy games and still enjoy them. I don't like that they went action based. I would have preferred them to just stay turn based, but they gotta evolve for the times, I suppose. Travel within the open world is done either on foot or chocobo. Clive's home base is a hideout, acting as a hub to talk to NPCs, track Clive's relationship with different characters, interact with different shops such as potion sellers and blacksmiths to make and upgrade equipment, and accept side quests ranging from character quests to monster hunts. Information on locations, characters, and terminology is stored in a database dubbed Action Time Lore, accessible to players at any time. I'm sure at some point, though, I will probably buy 16 and just see what's up with that game, just so I can say I played it. It's like I didn't really enjoy 10-2, but I can be like, yes, I played 10-2 all the way through, and I can tell you I hate it. I can tell you why I hate it. But something like Final Fantasy, like I would love to be able to tell people I hate it for a reason. I did play Crisis Core Reunion, which another fantastic game I highly recommend as well. If you want to get more backstory with Final Fantasy VII, I highly recommend Crisis Core Reunion as well. Final Fantasy 16 is set in the fictional world of Elysia. Scattered throughout the 2 continents of Ash and Storm are colossal magical crystals known as the Mother Crystals, which provide ether energy to the various populations and drive civilization with shards mined for commercial use. There are also humans that can use magic without crystals, known as the Crystal Bearers, who are subject to prejudice and slavery. Their overuse causing them to gradually petrify. A powerful force in Elysia are the Acons. That's another thing. They keep on getting rid of old, cool summons that were always awesome. Like you really haven't seen Rama, as far as I'm aware, since Final Fantasy VII. Rama wasn't in 8. I don't know if Rama was in 7. I mean in 9. Rama wasn't in 10. Rama was in 11. Oh, there you go. Rama was in 11. Rama wasn't in 12. Rama, I don't know if Rama was in it's in 13. See, and then Rama's in 16. So it's like it went from he was in 7, he was in 11, and then 16. Rama is one of my favorite summons, like ever. Rama, Odin, and Bahamut are the shit. Did you ever watch the Final Fantasy VII Crisis Core OVA? No, I have not. Rama's in it. Rama's in 16. Yes, the 360 was a mean machine for sure. No worries, Lucis turns on walkie talkie fan. Oh. You haven't played a Nintendo game since the Wii. Well, the Wii, I would say the Wii U is a pointless system at this point. For the most part, the only thing you need a Wii U for is if you want to get any games, if you want to play any games that they haven't already ported over to the Switch. Most of the games that are on the Wii U have already been ported over to the Switch, besides, I think, Xenoblade Chronicles X. And I think Xenoblade Chronicles X is probably like the last game that they haven't ported from the Wii U to the Switch. Majority, I would say 95% of the games that were on the Wii U are on the Switch. What they also need to do is release a collection of Zelda games like they did with Mario. They need to put Ocarina of Time, Twilight Princess, and Wind Waker on the Switch. That would be a fantastic collection right there. Ocarina of Time, Twilight Princess, and Wind Waker would be awesome. Oh, Typhon? Yeah, Typhon's cool. The Crisis Core OVA is damn good, worth a watch. I'll have to look into it. Powerful force in Valistia are the icons. Magical creatures of incredible power that are utilized by hosts called dominants. There are 7 icons in total, 1 for each of the elements. See, this is the problem. Like they've had so many summons in the past, and then they don't even bring back all of them. They need one that just has all of them. Phoenix, Shiva, Rama, Titan, Garuda, Odin, and Bahamut. So they had to bring back Rama just to have one of the elements. A seemingly impossible second icon of fire, Ifrit, drives the main plot by disrupting this balance. So they replaced Ifrit, who's been the basically the biggest big bad fire dude forever, and they replaced him with Phoenix. Why? Ifrit was cool. Ifrit was always cool. The coronations of Valisthea are the Grand Duchy of Rosaria, the Holy Empire of Sambrick, and the Dalmacian Republic of the Storm Continent, the Kingdom of Waloed, which dominates the Ash continent, and neutral crystalline dominion sitting between Ash and Storm. An outlier is the Iron Kingdom, an isolated nation off the coast of Storm, overseen by the Crystalline Orthodox. By the game's events, Valisthea is suffering from a depletion of ether, dubbed the Blight, which withers all life. Sounds like another live stream type storyline, driving the nations into conflict with each other. Because of their ability to manifest icons, dominants play a key role, which I assume Clive is a dominant in the nation's politics and military. Depending on where they are born, dominants are hailed as political leaders, tolerated due to their power, or suffer abuse and are either killed or used as weapons of war. Nintendo trying to bury Wii U by transferring all and most titles? They're not trying to bury the Wii U. They're not trying to bury the Wii U. The Wii U was a terrible seller because people thought the Wii U originally was just an extension of the original Wii. The Wii U only sold about 13 million units. So instead of leaving the games on that system to die, they decided to port all of them to the Switch, which was one of the greatest things they could have done. Because Mario Kart 8 was stuck on the Wii U. They ported it over to the Switch, and it's the best-selling Switch game of all time at 53 million units. So they ported over Donkey Kong Country Return. Donkey Kong Tropical Freeze, Bayonetta 1 and 2, Mario Kart 8, Super Mario Bros. U, which Mario Maker 2. I think Mario Maker was Wii U. So they back in action. What I missed? You missed half the stream. Ifrit is cool in 15 and 16. Oh, okay. 16 story is worth the watch even if you don't like the gameplay. It's not that I don't like the gameplay. I just don't like the fact. Well, I don't like the fact that it's action based now. But besides the fact that it looks similar to just like Devil May Cry. Like I've played Devil May Cry to death. I beat 1, 2, 3, and I beat 5. They just played it to death. My problem is that they had Final Fantasy as like their staple role playing RPG, like tactical RPG, and then they had a Kingdom Hearts as their action based RPG, which was cool. Now they just have Kingdom Hearts as action based, Final Fantasy is action based, and then maybe Dragon Quest 12 might just be action based and not stay to its roots. So that they've been honestly a great business move. Yeah. So yeah, the Wii U was a complete failure and a flop. The only problem is that there are Wii U games, like digital games, that were completely lost on the Wii U's eShop that they never moved over. So all those like games like Rondo of Blood wasn't moved over to the Switch. Something like that wasn't moved over to the Switch, and a lot of the great games were lost on the Wii eShop, which is going to happen. What's going to happen to the 360 when they essentially shut down that marketplace? They're going to lose. They're going to all those games. Like a lot of Dreamcast games were put on the 360 that you'll never be able to get again. Like the Simpsons arcade game, the X-Men arcade game, Crazy Taxi. I think Marvel vs. Capcom 2 was on there. Like there's a bunch of Dreamcast games that you'll never be able to get digitally again. It's a pain in the ass. And then if you want to re-download them, they're a pain in the ass to find on your account. Also, welcome back, Sis Rest. I forgot to mention. Thank you again for being here. I would like Final Fantasy to go back to turn-based RPG style. Yeah, I agree. And all the DS games that are gone on that system. Exactly. Like the problem with Nintendo is they have this thing where they have a lot of ilk towards game preservation. And when you emulate their stuff, they come after you, and it's like you're playing a game. You could be playing a game that Nintendo no longer sells. There's no other way to play this game besides emulating it, but they'll come after you if you're trying to distribute it, which is just crazy to me. Which is why I think the game preservation for the Xbox is so great, because you could go back as far as the original OG Xbox. You may not be able to play every single game, but you're able to play a good majority of them that were great. I would also like Tactics to come back as well, because I had a lot of fun and got me into Final Fantasy. Yes, Final Fantasy Tactics is Final Fantasy Tactics is so underrated and is such a great series. Then that's sad to think about losing a game from an old gen system. Nice seeing them recovered onto new gen systems. Yeah, so and then sell it back to you on company made emulators. Exactly. It's just crazy. So yeah, so like I was saying, like with Nintendo, they brought over Donkey Kong Tropical Freeze, Bayonetta 1 and 2, Mario Kart 8, Super Mario Bros. U. Then they had Mario Maker 2 that came out. Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition is another one they brought back. Let me see. I could probably look that up. I could save that for another time. This is supposed to be just solely Final Fantasy related. So overall, this is where we are. The next game, of course, in Final Fantasy's lineup is going to be Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, which is going to be a PS5 exclusive once again. And it's not going to be available outside of that until I think May. I think it said May is when it was going to come off of the PS5, which I think after what I consider a flop, or what seems to be a flop, honestly, I think they should have just made that multi-plat and finally put remake on the Xbox for everyone who has an Xbox. I think they should just do that. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. And it's going to be on 2 discs as well. So like right here, it says, here's Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, which is the second part of this game. PlayStation 5 exclusive, not available in other formats. At least, it says at least until May 29th, 2024. So at least. That means you don't know how long it's going to be until it comes out on PC, or even if it ever comes to Xbox. Which, by the way, the collector's edition was sweet, but I wasn't spending $350 on this just to get the statue, and I don't have a PS5 to play the game. So, and it's already sold out. It got sold out on the first day because Sephiroth's the shit. But February 29, 2024 on 2 disc, PS5 only, worldwide only on PS5. So the remake only sold 7 million copies since it came out originally. And that's across PS4, PS5, and PC. That's not a good metric. That's a very bad metric. So for 3 years, it only sold 7 million units. You got your hands on the collector's edition? That's cool, man. I wish I could have, but I couldn't justify it. I couldn't justify it right now. I could not justify it. Could not justify it. Nice go with my first class. Goes with my first class. Yeah, I wanted to get the Zach Fair figure first class, but again I couldn't justify it. 200 at the time. Like, and the reversible cover, I've already seen what it is. The reversible cover of this game, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, is instead of Cloud and Zack being on the front, it's Tifa and Aerith on the front. First class edition. Gotcha. Yeah, so the reversible cover of this, because it comes with a reversible cover, instead of it's the same cover with Sephiroth though, but it has Tifa over here and Aerith over here. That's the reversible cover for this. I think the steelbook is cool because Zack is awesome. I love Zack. And I assume that they're not going to do the same thing, not going to give him the same fate that they've already given him. I believe he'll, be alive now in this new version. But, that's just how I feel about it. Like I think this statue's sweet. Also, apparently you can take the wing off too. Apparently the wing is removable. Although I wouldn't remove it, but apparently the wing on the statue here is removable. So everything besides the statue is $90. So the statue is like $240, $250, just the statue alone. So anybody have any questions about anything Final Fantasy related that you think I can answer for you before I inevitably end the stream here? One-winged angel, yeah. He's called the one-winged angel. He is referred to as the one-winged angel. So this one's almost 5 hours. I just Final Fantasy talk. Love it. It's great. Yes, I want to get the Final Fantasy on Switch. Is the Pixel Remaster worth it? It's worth it if you just want an easy way to access Final Fantasies 1 through 6. If you want to access it without, well, each individual copy, you're going to get it all on a cartridge. You would get it all on a single cartridge physically. So if you're looking to just, emulate it, you can do it that way. You can play each game that way. But yeah, I could say it's worth it. It wasn't worth it for me though. I'd say for you, worth it. For me, no. You always liked Cloud in Kingdom Hearts 1 as a one-winged angel as well. Yeah, I remember that. I like the design of Cloud in Kingdom Hearts. I thought it was pretty good. Lucid says yes. Okay, thanks. Gonna get it. You can also get it for PlayStation as well. So you can get the Pixel Remaster for PlayStation as well. But I think it's cool. It would be cool to have 1 through 6 as a portable experience. I'll probably end up buying Final Fantasy VII Crisis Core Reunion for the Switch just to have it on the Switch because I played it originally on the PSP. So many options. I love it. Yeah, I think you can also get it for PC as well. Yeah. So the Pixel Remasters came out on PC, Switch, and PlayStation. Didn't come out for the Xbox, which is weird because, like I said, you can get 7, 8, 9, 10, 2, 10, 2, 12, 13, Trilogy, 15 on Xbox, but you can't get 1 through 6. Like, that's dumb. I found that to be really dumb. And of course, Square Enix's reason is always, oh, it doesn't sell well on Xbox. It's like, who cares? You still get money. You still get some money from somewhere. You're still getting the money from somewhere. So there is that. Is there any other questions that you'd like to ask me about Final Fantasy? My recommendations. The tactics games have been left behind in the past, unfortunately. Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure you can still download those on. I think you can download those on PlayStation Store because they haven't gotten rid of the PS3 store yet. But I think you have to do it online, maybe. If you don't have a PS3, you have to kind of do it online. Great class, says Baby Chewbacca. Yes, I'll actually be putting, before I go, I'm going to go to my community tab. I got to go through to my community tab, and I gotta read some comments on my last video, and I gotta do that some stuff. I gotta make a new community poll. But yeah, so you can see kind of how the history of Final Fantasy evolved, all the way from Final Fantasy the first one all the way to Final Fantasy 16. Seemed to have stayed true to its roots up until Lightning Returns, Final Fantasy 13. Oh well, I would say until 11 for no random encounters, stuff like that. But full action base started with Lightning Returns, Final Fantasy 13, evolved into 15, and then essentially was brought into 16. Overall, I still think Final Fantasy is overall my favorite franchise of all time. Always will be, and always has been. Since I played it back on the SNES with Final Fantasy 2 and 3 was what they were called, but actually Final Fantasy 4 and 6. I highly recommend 7, 10. I'll recommend 8 too, even though I don't think it aged well. I can recommend 9. I can recommend 12. I can recommend Lightning Returns. It's a little different from what's normal, but I loved it. Stranger of Paradise, as much as people like to rag on it for its terrible story, I can still recommend it to people who play Final Fantasy or Souls games. I can still recommend that. I can always recommend 1 through 6 because they're just classics and they age pretty well. I would say 6 aged well, 4 aged well. I'm sure 5 aged well. The first one I'm sure aged well as well. But definitely 7 and 10, 6 definitely all aged well. So if no one has any more questions, I'll just say goodbye at this point, and hopefully the next one will be not next Saturday, but the Saturday after that. I will be putting up a poll. We'll be doing a movie series talking about. We can all talk about it. You can all give your opinions on things like Alien, Terminator, Star Wars, or what's the other one? Terminator, Alien, Star Wars, or Indiana Jones is going to be the poll. So I'm going to be putting that poll up really quick. Yep. Until next time. Hell yeah. All right. Have fun. I'm all set. Fun stream. I appreciate everyone who came by. Again, I appreciate Brave Child for the 2 gifted subs, to Baby Chewbacca and Nimbus. I thank you, Baby Chewbacca, for the $20 Streamlabs tip. Appreciate that. I appreciate everyone who stopped by and hung out, talked a little bit of nostalgia for Final Fantasy. I hope you guys all enjoyed it. I hope you guys go out there and play some Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy is awesome. If you're a big RPG guy, Final Fantasy is awesome. Thank you all for being here. I really appreciate you guys. And I'll see you all next time. Peace out.